Let me get this shit started. How y'all doing out there? How are you doing? How y'all feeling? Hopefully y'all doing well out there. Hopefully everybody's recovering. Had a good night. Oh man. Woo. What's up, Mr. 7? How you doing? Have to wipe my hands of the whole goddamn thing. Woo. What's up, everybody? Come on in, come on in. Hopefully everybody's here for the show. Hopefully we got a star. Woo. We got a profile. Tell me how your night been going. Woo. I tell you, man. Oh, we're gonna get into some real controversial shit tonight. You've already seen the title. You've already seen it. I know I'm probably gonna get banned off this motherfucker. Oh yeah. What's up? We got measly me, Mr. 7. I'm listening. Iori. Woo. Man, I got a lot to say off my chest, and I'm going to just wipe my hands of it. See, a lot of people gonna get mad, but mad they shall. Oof. I'm gonna tell you what's up, folks. Man, a lot of these brothers and sisters are gonna get real upset today. Good evening, good evening, good evening. How you feeling? How you feeling? How you feeling? For all those coming in. In a minute or two, maybe 3 or 4, we're gonna talk this shit and some more. Hopefully you got something good to drink. Water. Nice fruit juice. Like I'm drinking. Feeling a little health conscious today. 3 apples, 1 pineapple, 4 mangoes, 1/3 banana, 1 1/3 bananas, 1 kiwi. And it also has cilantro, green tea, broccoli, spinach, broccoli grass, wheatgrass, garlic, Jerusalem artichoke. I didn't know there was a thing called Jerusalem artichoke. Feeling healthy tonight, huh? Tell you one thing, yeah, gotta give you all the nutrients you want and clean out all the bad shit. That's for damn sure. If you ever have any show ideas, thoughts, you can hit me up on Instagram and DM me under Champion Forever. Excuse me, Forever. For some of you country folks, Forever. At Charles L. Faulkner Jr., you can hit me in the messenger for anything you want me to talk about or speak offline. And you could also reach me at my email address, charlesfaulknerjr1224 at yahoo.com. Now, after getting off the phone with a nice lady friend, the Faulkner man still got it, in case you doubt it. That was a little thing that came to mind while listening to, I guess, Obsidian's words, Sir Kevin, or what does he call it, Saint Kevin. I was thinking to myself, like, man, there is a total difference in single mothers versus single fathers. And the differences would actually piss a lot of people off. Because really, if you think about it, single mothers and single fathers live in two totally different worlds. Especially within the Black community confines. Bruce Almighty, what's up? You have to notice this. The difference between single mothers and single fathers, one, the differences in accountability are greatly different. Greatly different. You almost wouldn't even believe it. It's almost unheard of to hear single men whine about their progeny. Not as much as singles motherhood. We don't really care about child support. We look at it as the evil empire anyway. Gotta excuse me walking up and down. Goddamn steps. Looking to see where I put some of my bags and shit. Once again, forgetful and took the shit upstairs with me. A lot of times we see these behaviors and we think everything, isn't it written somewhere that women are better? See, that's the problem. I've never seen that story, and nowhere has it been written. You could come up here and talk about it if you like. You could right up here come talk about it. You ever notice it with single dads? They'd rather have the kid. They don't even want the woman's money. I'll tell you quick, just give me my child. Think about that. I want the kid. I don't need your money, just give me my kid. They'll go through hell and high water, take responsibility, won't ask you for a dime. But yet, Shorty, on the other hand, I can't take care of these babies by myself. Even though I'm a strong Black woman. And you're like, wait, what? I can't take care of this kid by myself. But you got all this education. You're getting these benefits I don't even get. I know. But I can't take care of all this kid. Woo, art new style. You got a wrench, Art. Finally see you. You're in the blue, Art. You're in the blue. Think about it. There's all these excuses from the single moms. She'll go in front of a courthouse, the government. I can't take care of this kid by myself. It's never her fault. Well, we're in this together. Until she takes you in front of the court and say, you don't want your kid. You don't want to spend no time with your kid. But yet, how many times do we keep our children away from the mothers? How many times do we do that? If anything, we see them as an integral part of a child's life, regardless if we have feelings against it or not. Hey, let's try to get the likes up. 19 people, 19 likes. It's only fair, Claire. Woo! I've seen it. One of my homeboys. Yesterday was his daughter's birthday. He couldn't even speak to his daughter's mother, but I had to speak to the grandmother because, the daughter's mother is being a hell-raising harlot. And I know damn well she's not working. But here's the problem. How do you get child support, but he's the one paying the insurance. He's the one with the more stable life, the better credit, the better employment. But these single mothers, oh, I can't afford this house. She had 2 houses where she was evicted from. But the world will make you think that being a single father and being a single mother is the same. I'm going to say this one more time. Talk about it in real time. Hit the link. See, that right there. Don't you feel, don't you think it's because the feminine quality does not take stress very well? So will be a rash decision, hence the outcome that people will create and not realize where it is the love. A fucked up person is a fucked up person is a fucked up person. I don't care if you're a woman, man, child, whatever. You're a goddamn parent. Act like it. See, if a man lays down to have a kid, he's like, oh shit, I gotta take care of this little motherfucker at least. You gotta teach him how to, walk, talk, wipe his own ass, feed it, teach us some tangible things that prolong its life. See, we're not into the office of making excuses. It is what it is, and it's gonna be what it's gonna be. Point blank, period. Point blank, period. We can't go off of if she's emotional. If she's that bad of a person, why have a fucking kid? Why? You know why? Because she's incentivized to do such. She's going to be incentivized and glorified to do everything in her power to keep that kid. Not because she can take better care of it. It's because she's going to get money out of it. How many times do you see the women out there taking care of these babies fully? We want to call it rash, but it's not. It's strategic. I just noticed this through the years. But then they'll focus all their time making sure that kid is okay. You don't see too many single fathers going for child support. I've dated a woman who said if she would have tried to get child support, only reason she didn't go for child support when she divorced her husband was because she was going to be the one to pay him. Ain't that a bitch? Uh-huh. Give me 1 second. I got to find something real quick. Hold on. I'm back. Trying to find shit. I got a little bit. Single dad life. Fixing shit no matter where we go. Now, what did I say? Oh, yeah. How many times do you see us going back and forth to court for child support? Excuse me. We'll damn near break our own necks. Work jobs we hate, despise even, just to make another dollar. And yes, if you hear background noise and you enjoy the show, not to be smart, I love you all, but fucking deal with it. I'm here to give a fucking message out. When I listen to rude ass comments, I don't really complain too much about that, do I? No. Just came from work. Busy as fuck, and sometimes I gotta make sure my son is sleeping well, which he is, and make sure shit in the house is okay. Even a cat wants a little bit of my time. So I appreciate that for everybody understanding. Thank you. Now, where were we? Past child support You have to look at the ramifications of, oh, child rearing. How many times have you seen the excuses are his father wasn't in his life? But you'll never see the single father making an excuse saying, well, his mother was never in his life. Amazing. Very much amazing. So, when do we get the time to say, hey, the mother wasn't in his life, he doesn't get good grades? Well, notice how statistics say single fathers raise better children. You know why? Because we hold them to a standard. Your mother will accept your mediocrity, your father will accept your excellence. There you go. Well, that's not fair. Oh well. Oh well. Life's not fair. Never will be, never has been. That being said, you just deal with things as they come. As men always have to. Men always have to. We don't usually get the fair shake. We don't usually get to play the damsel of distress. We got to play the old guy. We got to play the guy who makes everything work. We don't get I get to blame the mother for this shit. No. Because you always got to be the superhero that never fails. Once you fail, the whole world's against you. Once you fail, that's when the critics come out. That's when you can criticize that person. But if a single mother fails, oh, we gotta feel sorry. The father wasn't in his life. It's hard raising a black boy. Like he's some wayward monster to be pitied. What is this? Oh my god. He wasn't meant to be. Yep. There's no pity. There's no remorse. There's no setbacks. You raise your sword in victory or die on your shield. That's all we have is black fathers. Single black fathers. You're always the one who's got to be looked at weird when you're talking to teachers. It's not even normal in your culture. And then sometimes you have to correct the teacher and make sure they give you fucking due respect. Well, is the mother available? Maybe I can speak to her. Motherfucker, I'm right here. I'm all the boy got. And if the mother was here too, I'm still here, so respect me. But if it's the mom, she'll get all kinds of benefits. She'll have the counseling. And then the counselors, and then some of these mothers be trying to get a check off their son. Like there's something fucking wrong with them. Interesting, right? Black Yoda, what's up?
Hey, Officer Charles.
Hey, how you
Yeah,
doing?
man. Very interesting topic. You know, I've never been a I've never been a single father. I raised my daughters in a marriage,
You're
and
blessed.
one of the reasons why I stayed married was because I didn't want raised in any sort of single mother, which was usually the way things go scenario. But try taking your daughters to their doctor's appointment, or
Mm.
try taking your teenage daughters to their initial gynecological doc- doctor's appointments. I don't at all begrudge a
Mm-mm.
single father. Uh, Not at all.
Mm-mm.
Uh, I would imagine it definitely requires it definitely requires you to be very proactive in the way you arrange your life.
Uh-huh.
Because as you alluded to, first of all, there you will confront a degree of hostility from
Mm-hmm.
the schools, from physicians, from social services, from general community type things, because you really get a sense, and I'm only somewhat tangentially familiar with this because I was a reasonably involved father when my daughters were minors, and there would be scenarios in which I would be the only one of their two parents present, and there would be these social thresholds that I would have to surmount in
Mm-hmm.
order to, where cheerleading practice and volleyball, you know, practice, and like you say, doctor's appointments. And I didn't really have, interestingly enough, I actually have fairly positive experiences with their schools. In fact, I probably had more positive experiences with the schools than my wife did, because my daughters attended Christian schools, and they
Yeah.
were amongst the last bastions of ardent patriarchal uh, modeling
Believers.
that you
Mm-hmm.
would find. So they were actually quite deferential to me, uh, more so than they were to my wife. Actually, had often had problems because there was a majority. In addition to being Christian, it was majority white. So I think there was kind of rivalry kind of stuff going on. But I often had very positive experiences with the schools. But elsewhere, yeah, I did struggle or initially, I would struggle when I would be the only one that attended to their issues. So, I, just doing that on sort of a temporary or a limited basis, I can empathize to what it must be like for a single father who must do that full time.
Oh yeah. And, and,
Yeah.
and you know what's funny, Black Over? I don't know what makes me think of these concepts when I just be listening to other people, or shit, my mind wanders sometimes. And I was like, there's a stark difference between being a single mother and a single father. And nobody ever really talks about that. Because you hear about, well, the single mothers are this and that and the other, and we want marriage, but nobody ever asks what the single father wants.
Well,
And I think
you're not supposed to exist, though.
you're
I
not
mean,
supposed to
really,
exist.
in this current environment, I don't see where you obviously you do exist, but I don't see where in the current environment, in the current politics, in the current um, governmental systems and programming, social services,
Mhm.
I don't see where a single father is of any consequence.
Yeah, and it's funny that you say that because for the longest time I had a girlfriend who says I don't even get stamps anymore. I'm sitting in my chair, my favorite recliner, and I looked at her with such a smug look on my face. You speaking to a motherfucker who never had stamps to begin with. So excuse me for your pity. Sorry. I said, think about it. I've asked one of my exes who I still talk to. I said, tell me anywhere in the world, where a mother of three, whether she's divorced, single, whatever, can actually survive. No husband, no nothing. That is almost impossible anywhere else except in the Western world.
That's
And
true.
I and I've told it's just like that young man who I said you're at 29 and you're not even that worldly. And I doubt he was in the military because if you were, you would get worldly as shit quick, even if you didn't go outside the United States.
Well, I was wondering, and because I have no personal military experience, although several of my friends are ex or current, well, mostly ex, I guess, military. But I was coming away with the impression that maybe he had been less than honorably discharged.
Yeah, and
So,
it's like, and the reason why I say that is not even to pick on him. It's just to open up something reasonable intellect. Like, dude,
because my understanding is you can be either dishonorably discharged or like generally discharged,
general,
or
which is
yeah,
general or less than honorable, something other than
yeah,
honorable.
yeah.
And what makes it weird is that I look at people like this and I'm like, this is the reason why, the world is in the shape it's in. We look at, and I was trying to give him a piece of advice, but because he was so juvenile in his approach and his listening and his reception of information, he found himself offended. When you're out here as a single dad, the world does not expect you to ask for anything. They want you to still go by this patriarchal shit,
Hmm.
but they don't want to give you the same benefits they would give a single mother.
Well, the problem with that, Charles, is the benefits of afforded the single mother are a product of the uh, demonization of the father.
Hmm.
That's how the system justifies and even celebrates what it does for the single mother. So when you're the single father, the system isn't really arranged to demonize the mother, the woman. It's just not.
It never
And
will.
that's why it is silent with respect to its support of the single father, because to afford the single father the same or similar gratuity of the single mother, you would have to demonize the women. And the system very acutely does not want to do that.
No, because it's a business,
Right.
and that business is a boom.
And it's a politic as well.
Oh yeah, they need a
It's very much a
constituency.
politic. Yeah.
They need a constituency to stay dumb,
Hmm.
to stay stupid, to stay ignorant.
And to stay glorified. I mean, we have a political system where, at least and I'll avoid being specific. I think we can infer from what I'm saying, what party or whatever I'm alluding to,
Mm-hmm.
but
No,
we
indeed.
have a party that is very much predicated upon, or at least a significant faction of that party that is reliant upon this liberated gynocratic African American female.
Mm-hmm.
And part of that liberation and that gynocracy is predicated upon the edifice of the single mother. So if you're if you're a single father and if you're sort of living proof of the fallacy of this sort of great honorable epic uh, black mother figure, if you're a single father and you actually make a lie of that, then they are not going to be particularly motivated to. You have no interested part. You have no people or no entities that benefit from your presence. You know, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, yeah, that's just what it is.
Mm-hmm. And you got to think about it, folks. A lot of people do not talk about the single father is because, as red pill as some people can be, we still look at fatherhood from a very gynocentric standpoint where it's bastardized. The other day,
Mm-hmm.
my son and his best friend was over the house. I said, okay, we're going to pick up your best friend. He's going to stay the night. We're going to go to the comic book shop. We're going to go to the mall. Had to pick up some Ray Lewis cigars. Go Ravens for that victory over the Titans. Oh, that was beautiful. And when at the comic book shop, they were looking, of course, at the action figures and the collectible statues and all that paraphernalia. And I was like, each one of you get a book. They both love anime. So they picked up, one picked up One Punch Man, and my son, he picked out, oh, what the hell did he pick up? I'm looking at it right now. Tokyo Ghoul. You gotta think about it. My thing is, my son has a bookcase and I'm trying to fill it up. And what makes it interesting, you give him books to help him read. Because we know reading and comprehension is one of the kryptonites of the black community, especially when it comes to black boys. His ability to read and comprehend is going to be detrimental for him in life. But yet, how many times do we put that experience and that knowledge into use? How many, like I told a lot of black mothers, does your son have a bookcase? I even said it while I was at work. He doesn't want to do nothing but play video games. Take the game out, put a bookcase in. He can only play video games on the weekends. What do you mean? I said, you don't understand this. And what's up, Truth?
How you doing? Oh,
You know,
I'm chilling.
go ahead, Truth.
doing good. That's
Yeah,
good. I had some questions about. I get what you're saying about like black boys, and that's actually good that you don't got them on the video game. And I found that like getting older, like you like get less interested in like video games. To be honest, because like it's just not real. It's not real.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like there's no like true purpose in it. You're not really getting better at anything. So my main question is like, what's up with all these level up channels? Like, and these why is Kevin Samuels getting sued so much?
Uh, I'll answer your question about the level up channels. And when you mean the level up channels, you mean the women's level up channels, right?
Of course, yeah.
yeah.
See, to actually level up, that noise makes music to my ears. But The level up challenge is this. And how old are you again, Truth?
19.
19.
Mm,
Oh
mm.
man, lovely age, man. Lovely
Damn.
age.
I could,
About to
I could
start.
if I'm
almost be
saying
your grandfather.
if I'm saying damn, imagine what Yoda saying.
About to
The
start.
level, the yellow man. If I were you, I'd build as much fucking muscle as I could. Ugh.
Yeah.
Run as fast as I could. Learn as much shit as I could. Ah, 19. It's
Yeah.
this. The level up challenges are this. These are for women who failed at being feminine. They were never taught it at home.
Like, what do you mean?
In other words, when you look for a woman, you do look for her beauty first, right?
Yeah.
But what captivates you is her femininity. The beauty is the
Yeah.
talking point. The femininity, the wife, the wife-like duties, the motherly nurturing is what keeps her there and say, "Come, welcome in." A lot of these women were never taught to be wives, let alone mothers.
Yeah.
Compared in the black community, black men have always been taught to be more egalitarian, which means we kind of share the chores of the house. We would cut grass just as soon as we would wash dishes or mop a floor and cook. We would change a tire just as soon as we do other chores.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But
cooking for
But
go ahead, go ahead.
when you're talking about level up, you're talking about women who have engaged in assorted self-destructive behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Usually it involves their some combination of their three orifi or orifices
Mm-hmm.
um,
hmm.
for some duration of time.
So,
With women, truth, with women,
Hmm.
women are masters, mistresses, or whatever of language, of
mm-hmm.
words, of what they say and what they don't say. Any woman for whom you ever hear references to her leveling up, that
Yep.
woman has been very irresponsible with her sexual behavior.
Mm-hmm.
So
And she's
promiscuous.
been irresponsible for a significant duration of time.
Yes.
And her declaration of her leveling up is her feeble attempt to try to obfuscate or cover up the fact that she has been so irresponsible.
So hoodwink, bamboozle
Because
women.
had she not been so irresponsible, she would have no need at all to declare that she must level up. She would
Mm-hmm.
have already autonomically done such in her basic social programming and experience, such that very early in life, she would have attached herself to a good, productive, responsible man and would have either received a commitment of marriage or would have already been married.
Mm-hmm.
So any woman who is declaring that she's leveling up or she must level up, as a 19-year-old, I would ardently recommend you very much avoid dealing with that female.
And not
But
only that, but
don't
go ahead.
don't most women have issues anyway, and they
Not
already
all.
have it.
There's some. See, here's the secret of women. You ready?
All right.
All women are crazy,
Yep.
but you don't marry the woman just the one you love. You marry the woman whose shit you can take the most. Every man has a level of shit he's gonna willing to take. Every man. So a 2 to 3 crazy is not bad. You don't even notice it, especially in the black community. But a 5, 6, 7, 8, stay away from that. See, when you see these level up, not only did they abuse their sexuality, they've also abused They abuse their womb. They abuse their manners. It's a damn shame in the black community. You could be considered high on the list just for being nice when that's part of the package deal. Like, we'll throw in the tires and radio absolutely free. Would you buy a car if somebody told you that shit?
No.
That's what they're basically telling you. We're going to level up, not because we're looking for a suitable husband, not because we want someone to grow with. It's because I need somebody to help me with these damn kids.
Yep.
And here's the trick bag of it. And tell me if I'm wrong, Black Yoda. She's not even going to make you pay. She's going to make you pay for it more than the guy she had the damn kids by.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, every time.
She's going to make you pay. Yep. Think about it. You said you played tight end, right?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine you, and you're like at 19, you're like, what, 6'3", 6'4"?
Mm-hmm. Between there.
Jesus, you still growing.
Yeah, hope to get to 6'6".
Oh, God, fuck you, man. You get the 250, 260, bro, muscle, and you can run. Shit, you got hands of glue. People will take you just walking off.
Yep.
I said, think about it. You get on the field. You're putting up stats. I mean, you're putting up like some Mark Andrews, fucking Kelsey numbers, right?
In yards.
And yards. And I mean, you fucking see Mark Andrews, the motherfucker, you can't miss.
Nope.
I mean, but you get this one guy coming on the field, not even a tenth of your talent, but they want all the praise. They want you to pay. They're gonna pay him like he's a tier 1 fucking receiver, and they're paying you like you're the third receiver. That's how level up sounds to men. Why can't you be that in the first place? Think about it. Kevin Samuels this whole week trolling, not even trolling, but doing an experiment. Do women gain value? What value does single mothers have for high tier men? See, you're working to be a high tier man already at 19, working on your college and your football.
Yep.
So why would you mess with somebody who didn't even think of you as worthy enough to marry you before she had kids with Tom, Dick, and definitely Harry? It's baffling. Now, I'm not saying you don't do your thing and sexually you feel an urge, but man, wrap that shit up. Because one baby, and if she see you going places, beware of the gold digger.
Yeah. And well, I would say, and I'm going to be somewhat alarmist, Charles. I would say, to the extent that you can avoid dealing in this current environment, to the extent that you can avoid dealing with a baby mama, even from a sexual standpoint, I would recommend you do so. Now, I know you're young, and a lot of this for a young man is batting practice. I get that. I'm not going to front like I'm not going to front like I don't know what that's about, and
yeah, buddy.
And I've been through that phase of life, so I get that. But in this particular environment, where there is a level of desperation amongst so many women, and some of them, particularly those who might be considerably more experienced than you are, not just sexually, but in terms of just the whole manipulation of emotions. And
speak on it, Yoda. Speak on it.
I would try to limit my experience to women who are unencumbered by children and lots of experience. If I were you, particularly at this particular time, because you have some women out there now that are operating probably on some witchcraft type shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they'll look at you and they'll read you up and down and figure out everything about how they're going to get to you before you even had a decent conversation with them.
Mm-hmm.
And even though you might think consciously that, you know, I'm not going to fall for no bullshit, I respect the power of the female to the extent that there's always some women out there that can get you. There's a woman out there that can get all of us.
Yeah, but I mean,
There's a woman out there that can tap into our subconscious, that can stoke a particular kind of fire in us, and that's okay. You know, that's what they were designed to do. That's what they were designed to be. But right now,
Mm-mm.
you got to avoid that
I'm gonna tell you.
because.
I'll go ahead, finish shooter.
But I'm just saying because right now in this current environment, people losing jobs and all this money, they're going to be operating on a higher level of manipulation and seduction. And
you talking
even though
about
you may avoid 90% of them, all it takes is one or two to break through, and next thing you know, your life is irrevocably altered.
I mean, but can't being black pill kind of
Yes and
negate
no.
that by having the knowledge and like holding yourself to like a form of a type of structure
I'm gonna I'm
and
gonna
how
I'm
you.
talk. I'm
suspicious.
gonna talk to
I'm
you. I'm gonna talk to you the
I'm gonna
same way
say
Luke
this.
said on the Mandalorian. Strength without training is nothingness. So I'm gonna put it to you this way. You're 19, right? Let me get a
Yes,
Yeah,
see
I'm
that sign.
suspicious
See
of
that sign
how.
up there. See that sign up there. Parental advisory. Better not bring your kids. We're gonna
Right.
get raw for a minute. If you were anything like me at 19, athletic as fuck, cut like a bag of fucking Colombian dope, fresh guy in the army.
hmm.
You got to think, at 19 years old, my dick had a mind of its own. Let's not be coy. Like, see, Black
Yeah.
Yoda is the more fatherly, grandfatherly type.
Mhm.
Not calling him old.
Yeah, yeah.
Man,
I'm suspicious of how black pill a 19-year-old can be.
nah.
Frankly,
Yeah, unless you're in the military and you've been to some grunt shit, it's very very rare to be black pill.
But
You can be see black pill is when I let me give you an example of black pill. When I have to roll up on a scene and there's a guy who got 5 shots to the head, I gotta be
hmm
black pill. If I'm emotional, I will be overcome with emotions. If I'm red pill, I'll be overcome with rage. But if I'm black pill, I get to do my job. I get to look at facts, what happened. I can't take the emotions in.
you fully analyze the situation, and it
Yeah.
makes doesn't that make your job more efficient?
Yeah. But at 19, it's not good to be black pill at 19. I'm gonna say that. The reason why is because you tend to miss the best parts of humanity. You won't be able to see a woman doing things for you out of the kindness of her heart versus a woman doing shit for you because she's trying to get paid or laid.
I mean, isn't most of them are, to be honest.
And
And
emotions for men are good because guess what? You're gonna deal with a batshit crazy woman. Once you learn how to stay away from them, and then on top of that, here's another lesson. Because you're 19, and because you got a purpose, you got your college, right? You got your
yep,
football, right?
yep.
You're gonna be too busy to be looking to settle down right now. You're gonna be too busy anyway. You might have a couple of girls that you're gonna have to just be, on some Alan Roger Curry shit, some mode one. You ever read that book or have it on your
What book?
Audible Mode 1? It's a pretty good
Mode
book.
one. Okay,
It's
I'll
telling
listen.
the truth. It's called it's telling the truth. Look, this is what I'm looking for. If you're not about it, if you're not with it, okay, I understand. I'm not gonna look for I'm not gonna look for stuff that's not a part of the program. Because if you're just looking for sex and we cool and we could just hang out, nothing real serious, yeah. But looking for a wife at 19, it's not the smartest because you're not even your fully realized man yet.
Yeah, I know that. Of course, I'm not. I'll be honest. I'm not looking for a wife at all.
No.
So,
See, 19.
ever.
I don't want to tell y'all stories. We'll talk offline about some of the stories
Oh,
that I was doing at 19. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I should be a
Well,
goddamn shame
I
of
mean,
myself.
and here's the real truth.
okay.
Your female peers are very likely more sexually experienced than you are. Very
Yeah,
likely.
obviously. Yeah, of course.
Especially
So
No,
nowadays.
you know when we talk about black pill, red pill, whatever, you and it's difficult to do because you're 19, you have an ego, you're this big powerful guy, so you view yourself a certain way from a masculinity standpoint, and that's a valid thing. But the reality is that your female peer has been fucking a lot since she's like been about 14.
I mean, like a
And
goddamn porn star.
she's been fucking guys a lot older than you, more experienced than you, much more. Do you remember the scene, Charles? Maybe you know it, truth, but do you remember the scene in what was that movie? Dead Presidents, where where
You know,
Lorenz Tate comes back and he encounters the older brother who had been doing his woman while he was away at war. You remember
mm-hmm.
that scene?
Oh
And
yeah.
it got contentious to the point in which the guy pulls a gun on him.
Mm-hmm.
And
no, I don't remember
what
that scene.
you
Gotta
remember
rewatch
that?
the movie.
Okay, so you saw the movie,
I've
and
seen it, but I gotta
that
rewatch it.
that's very often the case with when you're young in this environment, in this sexually liberated environment. When you're 19 years old, it's a high probability that your 19-year-old female peer has had experiences that you have not had.
Yeah, yeah,
Now
that's
that's
true.
a very sobering um thought.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
but she doesn't.
You
I
know,
mean, she does like she does have experiences in terms of that, but she doesn't have experiences in terms of like the manosphere, the black manosphere, and the knowledge that men get on here daily. She doesn't
Mm-hmm.
have the
well, no,
experiences of you
but
guys.
the point I'm trying to make is, going back to the issue of sex, the extent to which you can sort of depersonalize uh, your ego from her sexual history, just sort of kind of get in and get out, so to speak, will dictate just how much you're able to protect yourself and to
Mm-hmm.
avoid certain issues. Because if you impute your own ego and your own what you think you're supposed to be as a man and all this into that situation, then it's very easy for you to get caught up in some bullshit because you're
Mm-hmm.
competing against the fact that she's been fucking 30-year-old guys for the last 5 or 10 years.
And don't forget, see, we've always taught in the black community, it is good to be black pill a little bit, like a red pill definitely. But this what happens a lot of times for brothers. A lot of brothers are one blowjob away from being blue pill again.
Yeah.
You're talking about a creature that is a rock star. Women are fucking rock stars by the time they by the time they go to high school, man.
Yeah.
Think about it.
14, 13,
Easily.
14.
Think about it. 14 years old. Develop like a goddamn Polaroid picture. And these older guys, think about it. She's been manipulating men since the age of 4 and 5. Guess who's the first man a girl will ever manipulate?
Her father.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So think about it. At 4 and 5, and you're 14, she has 10 years of dealing with men.
She does.
And guess
I
what?
mean,
She's the master of the unknown. You know what men are the master of? This is how you
no,
really. This is how you really. The men are the master of the physical realm. We're the stronger. We're the faster. We're the more logical. They're the strong. That's why we go crazy over fucking shit that we cannot explain. Okay. And this is part of being a single father. You or father. Period. Look what LeVar Ball told his sons. He says, if you're in this field, you will never know true love till you're out of it.
Mm-mm.
You'll never know it.
No.
None of these women will ever love you. And trust me, I know in college.
do okay. None of them, of course, they won't. But do any women truly love you?
Eventually,
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 I mean,
you got
really,
there are
if it
some.
has to be, if it has to be taught, is it really true? Because that's not
It,
innate
there
to you. You
there
have
are
to learn
there
that.
are degrees to it. You know, no, there are few women who will ever truly love you.
mm-hmm.
However, uh, you know, you're much more likely to have a woman love you under circumstances in which you don't have millions of dollars
But
versus
you got
when
to
you
produce
do have
something.
millions of dollars. So it's degrees to that. And the and the other issue is that woman who has been pursuing the men who have millions of dollars, she has engaged in all manner of depravity before you've ever encountered her. Um, and it has started very early in her life because once she decided she was going to be that baller chick, then she
Yep.
was a baller chick for the guy who was all state in high school, and she was a baller guy on the Duke or Michigan team, and she was a baller guy with the rookies coming into the NBA, and she was a baller guy, the guy who made it to the All Star team. So and make no mistake, and this is always the interesting part about the baller chicks. Baller chicks are fucking like the security guys, the bellhop guys, anyone who can even get them to the jocks. So
She's funny.
they getting bust down by all the logistical guys. So they have been so run through by such a variety of men leading up to them getting to the Kevin Durant's of the world, if you will, that there's no way any regular guy could ever garner any sort of love from that type of woman.
And or respect.
Yeah.
You
If
got
it's
to
so,
think.
Yeah.
if
You
it's
got.
All
so,
men are a stepping stone to those women.
okay.
Let
If
me
it's
put it
so,
to you this way. This is the black pill. What's up, chaos? This is the black pill shit about this. If you really want to go black pill, you got to have some age and experience on your ass.
Yeah, you do.
Like
You
I'm gonna
do.
tell you what it is.
And to some degree, to really be black pill, you have to be willing to accept and laugh at your own ultimate demise.
hmm there
Because
is no right or
because to
wrong.
be black pill, you have to accept the fact, in my view, to truly be black pill, you have to accept the fact that your own life doesn't really mean anything.
That it's
within the
meaningless
context of reality.
Uh, there's
already.
two.
I mean,
There's two types of
That
black
if
pill.
you were to come and go, it does not matter.
There's two types of black
doesn't.
pill. There's two types of black pill. There's the utilitarian, and BGS actually did a video on this a while
Yeah,
back.
yeah,
When we
that was
looked
an
at
excellent video, actually.
when we looked
I
at
see. I seen that one.
when we looked at one of my
Owlman and Batman.
Batman,
The
which I
nihilist.
actually had I actually owned a signed comic book of that. That
Huh.
book actually came out damn near 15 years before the animated movie. That's how long that book has been out. You have the nihilist versus the utilitarian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What did he mean? What did Batman mean when he said Owlman blink? I
In
never
other,
got that.
in other words,
Like,
I'll tell you. Take me for instance, right?
okay.
I'm on duty, got all my gear, in shape,
Yeah.
full duty.
Yep.
I got to go head to head with a guy who's suicidal and homicidal.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The world doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Everybody must go.
The problem with Owlman is
the thing with
ultimately,
Owlman was he ultimately had he could never see order. See, Owlman will fight to destruction because in his mind it doesn't matter. In my mind, I would say it doesn't matter unless we have order, unless we have structure. In other words, ultimate structure gives you purpose. Without structure, where's your purpose?
So you're talking about structure in terms of creating.
Not just creating, but structure itself. Without structure itself, think about it. Let's go to Genesis. For all those religious people, the first thing God had to do was let there be light. With light came what? Structure.
Yep. Or a way of being. Just
I
the
am.
way.
I am.
But,
therefore, I think because therefore I am.
Is Owlman wrong though?
There is no wrong or right in black pill.
No.
So he's right.
The problem
So it
with
doesn't matter.
Owlman is he cared
Too much.
Batman just existed. You know, Batman just does what needs to be done. That's all that's what utilitarian is. He just does what needs to be done. And that puts him at a psychological and an emotional advantage over Owlman, who is in a state of despair about about things. Batman does not really care.
He cares.
He cares to the extent that, you know, I'm going to function, we're going to continue to exist and prevail. But when you look at Batman, he is very much, you know, from what I have observed, he is largely disconnected from most things.
You got to think about for Batman. This is the secret of Batman. This is Batman. Batman and Superman are best friends, but they're polar opposites. They're the different sides of the same coin. Everybody says it's Joker. To a degree it is, but it's more Superman. Batman is, if you gave Batman Superman's powers, he'd become nihilist. He will be a totalitarian. Freedom itself would not exist. They actually did a book on it in Batman. Superman.
All would be in his power to change. Batman wants to change and improve, and all would be in his power to change and improve. So he would.
He kind of is envious of Clark because of that great power. You could do so much more. But there's a line in Kingdom Come. I hope y'all writing down these damn books because these are classics.
I am.
Because they teach you
Kingdom Come.
Kingdom Come, and I forget Batman versus Superman. I forget the book, but I'll try and look it up. The issue, but I'll look it up. But when you look at it, Clark's greatest dream was just to be a regular guy. I've actually written papers on the psychology of Superman. There's 3 personalities that dominates his being: Kal-El, Clark Kent, and Superman. And this, you remember the show in the 90s, which was actually a pretty good show. The Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman. Dean Cain played an excellent Clark Kent. That was actually one of the first developments of Clark Kent over Superman, because in the comics it was mainly Superman. But during the 90s and somewhat of the 80s, they start, especially during 86 when they had the after the pre-crisis, I mean the post-crisis, they started they started developing Clark more than Superman. And he said it best in this one statement: Superman is what I can do, Clark is who I am. And and I'm glad we got into that one, because it segues back into what Black Uber was saying. There's very few women who are going to love you for who you are. There's some women who's going to love you because you got a good dick. There's some women who's going to love you because you're a football star. Some women are going to love you because you got money. Some women are going to love you because you're taller than the average guy. But there's very few women who are going to love truth for the true him.
That's sad.
No, that's just what it is.
No, that's just what they are. No,
See,
no,
understand. This is how you know
truth,
you're still red pill.
truth.
This is how you know you're not black pill yet, because you said it's
he's
sad.
probably right.
Yeah.
So, but sometimes I don't care, and I accept it.
The reality is they were evolutionarily designed to be that way. They were. They were evolutionarily designed to view us to be a resource to their preservation and the preservation of their
offspring.
Their offspring. That's it. That's it. That's how that programming was the greatest assurance of the perpetuation of themselves and their children. In an environment, if you view the human species over the course of hundreds of thousands of years, you would understand why that makes sense, because our relationships for much of the history of humankind were very fleeting. They were not, we're together for 40, 50 years of well, first of all, we didn't live that long. I mean, frankly, 100 years ago, the average lifespan may have been 45 years old. So, for most of human history, we didn't even live that long. So we had very finite, transitory kind of interactions between males and females.
Yeah.
So it's understandable why, as Charles described, can this human male provide resources? Can this human provide genetic material? Can this human provide protection services, albeit temporarily until someone kills him?
And guess what she's gonna do if he kills him?
That's kind of how we. That's where we come from.
Think about it. So, back in the day, number one, a guy your height would be considered a giant. Okay, the average height.
Oh yeah, you were a Goliath. You were a Goliath.
Yeah.
You were Goliath to most people.
50s and the 60s, especially
40s, 30s. You would just be like, you would just be rare. You would just stand out in the crowd. So you got to think, a guy with my amount of mass. I'm only 5'10", but weigh about 270, 280. Imagine me on the end of a defensive line, right? And so that's rare. So when you look at it, I'm not afraid of like women looking at me a certain way, because she's seeing two things. I like him from what he looks like, and he looks like he can protect me. That's what they're saying to you. But a lot of men have gotten so bad off of reading clues from women is that, why doesn't she love me like this? Why do you think she deals with Pookie and Ray Ray? Why do you think she deals with women like this? Because on a fundamental scale, she's looking at shit environmentally. You know what I'm saying?
No, but to be fair, she is not necessarily accurately reading things.
Mm-mm.
Not relative to the current human society that we have.
No.
So even though I can respect why she does what she does, I can also criticize or critique the merits of it within the current human paradigm that we operate in. And that's the real dilemma, particularly for African American women. And that is, you know, she can pursue the tallest or the most overtly masculine male, but in this environment that does not necessarily ensure the genetic and evolutionary success that it might incur, you know, 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 years prior.
And you gotta think about it. How many women are willing to have babies by the guy who has the best genetics and put the baby on the guy who has the most money?
Right. Right. And the system allows them to get away with that. And so it's a smart play. I mean, if the system will allow you to get the best genetics, but then foster upon the lesser genetic guy, but the more materially resourceful guy, then why should she not do these things? That's the optimal approach for her.
Think about
Okay,
it.
so if all right, so if all the genetic so if all the guys like me that were my height, my build, my weight, whatever my stats, because I'm a guess that having this height is rare just statistically in the U.S. and in the world.
And you're
if
19. You're not finished growing till 27.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hopefully, I get another big one, but
that's what she said.
Yeah.
That's what she said. That's what got her in trouble in the first place, man.
But if all the guys like with like advantages like I do in the dating market started getting resources on par with the financial guy, what would happen to the other guys?
You know what?
The other guys will go away.
Right.
In other words,
the other guys should go away.
Yeah.
Natural selection.
What's this guy right here? What's this guy right here?
He-Man.
What's his moniker?
By the power of Bracelet.
Nah. He's called the what? He's called the most powerful man in the universe.
In the universe.
Think of that. I want you to really think of that concept. It is gonna go into what you say.
Okay.
When it comes to pure strength and power, he has literally no equal. Can you fathom that?
No.
Like, it's even hard. As much as we love comic books, like in your universe, it took like a guy like Superman, and I have that comic and also autographed. Actually, I have two of them, both autographed. Where he went against the pre-crisis Superman. You know, the motherfucker that sneezed and killed solar systems. That powerful guy. And he's going toe-to-toe like a fucking sparring match with Superman. Literally. It took a motherfucker who was the most powerful person in his universe to even give him competition. That's what happens to a guy who's literally what we call them, the masters of the universe. What's the title of the show? Masters of the Universe. That's why we call them that, because these guys are so rare to have the power, pun intended, to have the money, to have the physical attributes to make them rare, that they can literally walk in a room and pick any woman they want. And if he says, bow to me, literally, guess what them women will do? They will literally fucking bow. Those are the guys that can bring the baddest bitches at your college off of reputation alone. No money, just rep.
Now, the good thing for the rest of us is those guys are very rare.
Thank God. Thank God, because it'd be just 10 niggas
You
fucking on
know,
Earth.
'cause there aren't very many 6'6" genius, guys,
Rich guys out there.
who are worth, $50 billion or whatever. So,
If it
but
was, it'd be so
I
no
think that
shit.
should. I think they'll probably change in the future with like breeding the way it's going.
They're
Like
trying
all the
to, but guess what? Imagine, God forbid this. You're 6'6", you have green eyes, you're black, and you're an athlete. And you have a
yeah
college degree. That's what you call totally unfair.
yeah that's nah.
Because have you ever, put it to you this way, have you ever walked in a room and every chick died? I love that feeling. I don't give a fuck.
Right.
I love it. Like I literally either walk through Baltimore or Vegas, smoking a cigar, minding my business, and some woman reaches out and touches my fucking arms. Why? Because 20-inch arms are rare, apparently. So something about you is gonna attract her.
They all that blow up arm from that Baltimore type shit,
At least this is Baltimore. This is Baltimore made.
Here we go.
Not that
How could
Not that Cleveland fucking erectile dysfunction arms I got.
you guys?
I can
You guys are obviously
week, okay?
Here we go.
I can talk shit for a week, okay? I got a week, it's easy.
Oh, you got a week. Oh,
yeah. I mean, if we win next week, I can still talk shit for another week. That gives me a free pass.
He said it gives me a pass. Oh shit! Oh shit! We won! I don't know what to do. Hey, Baltimore. Yeah. What do you do when you win? Celebrate. Okay, thanks.
you guys are obviously experienced with like
next week. Don't we play you?
Well, if you pass the next challenge.
Yeah, if we pass Kansas City, we going up to you. So I ain't gonna lie. If it's Baltimore versus Cleveland, you're gonna have to do a live stream.
Well, Dre, if you guys get past Kansas City, you guys should end up in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know about the Browns.
Well, they touched the Steelers ass. I was actually doing something that was weird. I was cheering for the Browns to beat up on the damn Steelers.
Yeah.
And that they did. And what were you saying, Truth?
I was saying that you guys are obviously experienced at women, so I'm just like confused on like, since you guys are black pill, and you guys have gone over that concept. Like learning all this knowledge, what is the continued point in dealing with these broads? What is the point? Honestly, I just wanted to share.
Well, the continued point is whether or not you want to pass your genetic legacy on to the future.
Right. I hate to say something.
I mean, that's really it. There is no logical reasoning. There is no logical reasoning for you to be involved with the modern Western female. None whatsoever. There really isn't.
Saying that, man. I hate to say it like that.
Now, Judge, you gotta say that again. You coming in low.
I said they're basically entertainment.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how you need to look at it, because like I was listening to you. I was listening for the last 40 minutes because I was on my way to work when you were talking to the young man, and I was listening to it. But basically, like I said, they're giving you very good advice. You see another man's gonna come on here and tell you everything these two men told you were right, man. The problem, I mean, because you have to realize now you're at a good young age. You got a lot of your life ahead of you. Do not sit up here and make a mistake that could justify or put you in what I call a trick bag. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? To where the rest of your life is, you just diminish the quality of your life. I like, you don't want, especially, being somebody like me. I mean, especially with the way the system is set up now, you'll get killed all the way around.
And when's your birthday, man?
March
what?
So you'll
16th.
be 20 in March? You'll
Yep.
be 20 in March?
Are you
near
playing?
Yep.
Lynch.
What sport do you play? Football?
Football and basketball.
Are you going to be? Are you going to get a? Are you? What college are you going to?
I'm going JUCO right now because I need to get some specific courses for my classes, and all the athletes, we're all waiting for like the schools to go back in
Yeah,
session and like all the
all the
programs,
COVID shit,
So,
yeah,
all the
all the
Yeah.
COVID shit.
programs to start back up. So,
You
wait a
hitting
minute. Now wait a
want
minute.
to
hitting the
Wait,
weights
wait,
hard.
wait a minute.
hitting the weights and
Are your
getting
grades? How are
shots
your grades?
and
How are your
my
grades?
grades are good. My
Like
grades are good. Like
GPA.
I get GPA. Like I usually get the lowest I usually get is like a 3.3.
Okay.
So
I'm just letting you know. You're 20 years old. I said my daughter just got accepted to 9 schools so far. She's got 3 more that's still out that haven't come back. Stay away from my daughter. But like,
I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's like
but no, I ain't gonna lie. Look, if you listen to us, I ain't gonna lie. If you listen to us and actually listen to our advice, then I wouldn't mind a guy like you dating my daughter. But you have to. I'll give you credit for seeking out the wisdom because that's the first step.
that
Now,
gives you brownie points right there.
right.
yeah,
Hopefully, you implement it into your life because
yeah,
I mean, like we're giving you gold here. Like, just give you an example. These men on the panel, it's not like we had men like this to step up and talk and tell us this stuff.
If my wrestling coach didn't tell me this shit, I
Right.
probably wouldn't know it. And I'm gonna tell you from example, man. I'm almost 20 years older than you. I'll be 39 April 1st.
And you're still learning.
And still learning shit.
Yep.
And you gotta realize at your age right now, I had 2 years in the army. Think about that.
yeah. You ran through the system.
You gotta think, at your age right now, at 16, I was doing Olympic style wrestling in Germany.
Right.
So learning, that's why I was telling people at 24, 29 years old to that guy, get out there and learn the world. Your knowledge isn't worldly enough. In other words, there's not too much that will scare me or shake my resolve. Sit down and have a dinner with an openly gay couple and talk openly about being gay. And ask questions. Sit down with a white guy who never met black people ever, and ask questions.
Yep.
Sit down. Like, it's funny because people be like, "No, I wouldn't do this." How do you think I can handle myself with a bunch of people with masters and PhD? Chaos Ring, shout out to Chaos Ring. Make sure you subscribe to his channel.
Yeah, the amount of female PhDs and degree people, so-called educated people, when they come on to like these manosphere platforms, it's kind of ridiculous how they conduct themselves. Like,
with the exception of Dr. Dunbar, who's very red pill, but he says there's some things even I'm learning. And he'll never. I mean, you have Dr. G, aka Green Gorilla. You have Dr. Tia Johnson, and you got to realize and you also have what's his name, Dennis Sperling, who obviously has a doctorate and a Juris Doctorate in law because he's a lawyer. And it was funny because a lot of people be like, well, my ex-girlfriend, she's going to University of Baltimore, just got accepted there to finish her 2 years from, and she's like, well, I'm going to the law degree. I said, shorty, how old are you now? Well, January 1st, 4 months it's 4 months before your birthday, exactly. I said, yeah, you're 33 and you're trying to, by the time you finish your 2 years, you'll be 35 trying to go to law school. And you got 3 kids.
oh,
I said, I wish you the best of luck. But it's like if I try to go to the army at my age now, I'm still fit, with the exception of I have to get surgery the 25th. But think about it.
yeah.
I would not have the tolerance that I do to take the abuse. Yes, some of it is abuse and some of it is needed abuse to go to basic training. So imagine you got kids, you got to worry about your kids, you got to go to work, and you got to pay for law school, and law school ain't cheap. Well, I got to go to these scholarships and doing all that. I said, shorty. But it's funny. It goes everything segues into another discussion. You ever notice that, Black Yoda?
Always.
If women were as smart as they were, right?
Yep.
She'd have married me. You know why? I'm a fucking veteran. How many fucking scholarships would she get if she was the wife of a veteran?
Way more. Because everywhere asks you, everywhere, even on job applications, it asks you if you are a veteran or if you know somebody in your family is a veteran, or and the college scholarships as well.
So
There are
imagine
specific veteran college scholarships.
she wouldn't have to work 2 jobs that she does now, actually 3.
Damn.
1 full-time, 2 part-time, just to pay for school. She would have access to my GI Bill and other scholarships alone, including my children and her children. But
And the scholarships she already has access to.
But that tells you what you're dealing with a woman. Women do not think in legacy. They think in nests. They think in the here, now, and if you're lucky, 3 years from now. Men have to think for the next 20 years.
Well, and they are deeply rooted in this whole independence, liberated equality thing. So even though you could present to her something, Charles, that, very logical, make total sense, she's rebelling against the element of what you present that would require her to submit or at least be cooperative, and would be and would have some degree of owing you something, or that's something that the modern woman is going to reject. If she can take it from you without any sense of obligation or any sense in which you would be in control or of that sort, then she will definitely take it. And usually that occurs by divorce or child support, all that business. Then that's fine. But if she's got to be in a situation where she's got to work with you and acknowledge that she's deriving benefit of this by way of her association or connection, ongoing association or connection with you, then the modern Black woman in particular will reject that. That's just what she's been trained to do.
Then what's the point of dating them?
Hold on. Well, I heard, shout out to Uncle Chuck and Dre and Uru as well. I heard you say, shout out to you, bro. I heard you say a couple times, what's the point of doing all this? See, the reason I know you're not ready for Black Pill yet is because you haven't come to the ultimate understanding of accepting things and letting it just be what it is. You're still trying to hold on. You're still trying to justify things, and this is kind of the problem with people touching the Black Pill too early when they're not ready. When you got more miles under your belt, you're just like, yeah, that stuff is what it is. And the reason you said, what's the point of all this, right? The point of it is that you have desires as a man and as a human being that need to be dealt with, number one. And number two, having a Black Pill framework puts you in control. That's because you've conquered those parts of yourself to the point that everything that you do is on your terms now. And that's why Black Pill is so hard, because a lot of people aren't emotionally ready and available to actually accept the Black Pill correctly.
If you don't accept the Black Pill, sorry, Ori. What's up, nephew?
Appreciate it.
Long time
But you
no
said
see.
You said you didn't you guys said the nihilist was the other side of the black pill.
You
I'm
Yeah.
don't
not
want to
saying
be the
I'm
you don't want to be the nihilist.
yeah,
Unless
you know, I don't want to be Owlman. Like, I don't want to be Owlman, but I can relate. I feel like Owlman is Batman's relatable, but I feel like Owlman is like super relatable
you know
because
why? It's because our man's the first and biggest step of the abyss.
Hmm.
That's the part about blinking, is that you see despair and you give up. You blinked.
Yeah.
it's
See
not it's
everything's coming full circle.
it's
Sometimes
not.
we go through
You
bad shit.
for some reason, we exist, truth,
Mhm.
and we can debate who caused that to be. That has been a subject of debate
For
amongst
years, and it will be forever.
humankind for since we've been here. But the utilitarian basically accepts that we exist, and therefore we will just function to maintain our existence.
Right.
The
So
the
you saying
nihilist, the nihilist, unfortunately, at some point, succumbs to the despair of the enormity of the fact that there is no real reason or justification for our existence. And if you remove religion from the discussion, then there really is no reason. We're an accident of a combination of chemicals that came together,
in the sludge?
X number of millennia or X number of of
Eons.
eons, right? That just happened to come together, may not have even came together on this planet, may have come together on some asteroid, or may have come together on some planet and then was broken off by way of some asteroid that entered what we now consider the Milky Way and the solar it all can be very coincidental and accidental why we're here. And the utilitarian accepts the fact that it could all be incidental and coincidental, and really the only thing matter is that we continue to survive. That's it.
I
There is no other purpose other than that.
What were you
I
saying,
ex-
True?
I I I accept if the human race is incidental. I accept if life and everything that is all the constructs that man has created is incidental. What I'm seeing is, unlike Batman, I think like Batman just thought that he was just going to protect people and just try to model a better way of existing and a better way of carrying yourself and being human on
Hmm.
the planet. And he was going to be that example. But Batman, I don't think Batman truly believed that there was a greater purpose beyond that. I
Yes,
believe that there's a greater purpose. We
That's
have
the
a greater purpose
utilitarian.
than
That's the
yes, he does.
utilitarian.
Yes, he does. What's the one thing Batman always surrounded himself by? Batman, like many heroes, their greatest flaw is what? Their greatest strength.
connecting
What
Their
does
their
he?
with others.
connection, their connection to others.
Who is he most connected to? The guy who raised him, Alfred.
Alfred.
Yeah.
Who's his first son? Dick Grayson.
Dick
Yeah, Dick
Grayson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grayson.
Dick
True.
Grayson is what Batman truly wanted to be. Dick Grayson's a playboy. He's truly the playboy. Dick
Right.
Grayson gets more ass in the comics than James Bond in toilet seats. He's happy. Think about it. Wouldn't you be? It's sad that your parents died, but you grew up the new Superman. Like Superman and Wonder Woman is basically your aunt and uncle. Who's the kid? The kid who had it rough. The rough side of Bruce, the despair, the rough side of Bruce
Jason.
Wayne is Jason Todd. But guess what? Jason still managed to make something of himself. If Bruce really needed help, Guess who'll probably be the first person shooting guns? Jason.
Yep.
Then you gotta look at it. Who's the sister, and in some stories, lover that he, you know,
Yeah.
lover that he had was
Bruh.
Barbara Gordon. Is like a younger sister he never had. Sometimes in some continuities, lover, but
Or stepsister.
or a stepsister. Who's the who? And then you gotta realize Damian Wayne is Bruce Wayne without Alfred. He surrounded himself by, and I mean Tim Drake is the detective. He's the smartest out of all the Robins. He's the one who deduced who he didn't accidentally or Bruce presented himself. He knew that he deduced that Bruce Wayne was Batman. He's the detective. So he surrounds himself by family. If Bruce was really a loner, why the fuck is he on the Justice League? Remember, you gotta, when you read these motherfuckers for 30 years like I have, and some people have read them even longer, Bruce is always in search of the one thing he felt he was robbed of from Joe Chill, and that's his family.
But
So
he never gets too attached to these people. So that's why
he's very attached to them.
He's attached to them, but not attached to them the way like a normal person is.
Remember when
and
I
how
said
normal people interact with other humans.
Remember how I said about the difference between a single mother and a single father? He's attached to them like a single father and a single fathers with their child.
Mm-hmm.
Single fathers will kill, destroy fucking planets, will fucking call the earth for their child, but he's never above holding his child accountable. If he's got to go to save his child because some stupid shit, he will. But he's not afraid to smack the shit out of that child too. Right?
Right. 100%.
So that's how Bruce is with everybody else.
And to hold a child accountable, man, unlike a woman, to some degree, there must be a certain degree of distance.
Yes.
A certain detachment. A certain detachment.
Very different at all. It's one of the things I'll tell you, like in life, it's one of the things that when you hold a child accountable, it will seem like you, compared to other people, it will seem, especially women, it will seem like you hate your child when you hold them accountable.
Right. Or at the very least, it will seem as though you don't love your child.
Yeah, definitely.
Which those are different things, actually, because the way we're accustomed to witnessing women, at least affect this very sort of effusive love and emotionality to children. We celebrate that. Right. We think that's the height of parental love. But we now know, particularly as Black men, we now know that is not true. Right. That is not true at all. And actually, very often that could be destructive, particularly for Black male children. That could be quite destructive.
Detrimental, even. Think about it. I remember when my nephew went to, I said it long. I did the Baltimore and fuck y'all, but it comes out time to time. My sister said, why didn't you give him some things he should look out for basic training? I said, why should I? And she was like, oh, that's messed up. I said, see, you're thinking like a woman again. He will thank me later, okay? What do you mean? He will not respect the experience if I give him all the answers. Then on top of that, think of it in its totality. When you have a 12 to 10 year gap of when I went to basic compared to when he went to basic, guess what? Things change. We were never under the same doctrine. We were still under the Desert Storm doctrine of warfare, which was damn near which is different from the jungle unconventional excuse me, unconventional
Guerrilla
warfare
warfare tactics.
of Vietnam. What doctrine of warfare are we under now?
I don't know. Probably Iraq,
Urban
Afghanistan.
warfare. When I went to Iraq, we were under the doctrine of global war on terrorism, aka urban warfare. You know, like that old song, "Taking It to the Streets." We sure shit did, and you have to. So, in other words, a lot of soldiers were going to police departments to learn how to conduct themselves in urban environments. You had to be more of a police officer now in wartime, and even when I went. So now you couldn't just go in there balls to the walls. You actually had to be not only the warrior but also the guardian. You had to speak to people. You had to get information. You had to be like a detective or a good patrol officer. You had to actually speak to people to get the bad guys, because guess what? A lot of the people there were not terrorists. The only reason some of them would help the terrorists is because they were afraid. It's no different than you had a drug kingpin taking over a goddamn block. What are the people gonna do? They're gonna listen to the guy who can actually kill their family, right?
Yeah.
But if you give them an option that says I will protect you, and you give them that option, they want the help. But at the same time, when when we look at these differences in culture, it's a different experience. It's an experience that it's like a brotherhood or fraternity. Everybody has to go through something to earn the respect of the people who came before you, but it's going to be a little different because of the times. It's just like when we were teaching you about the black pill and the different scopes of it. See, being a cop or being a soldier, when you look at the black pill, guess what? It could be very traumatic. It could be very explosive. It could be a large, unexplained thing or phenomenon. But but really to others, it could be very soothing to know that the ultimate knowledge that you gain is when you come to the realization that you know absolutely nothing.
Right.
That's a very humbling feeling. And that's the point that I tried to pass on my channel and other channels before mine. I don't claim to know everything. I know concepts.
Yeah.
That's why even the lady I'm talking to now, I think she's one of the easier women that I ever talked to, because guess what? She has a general wanting to know who I am. She even asked me, what holidays do you celebrate? What makes you tick? I told her the truth. I'm not as romantic as I am back in the day. Can I be? Yes, but at the same time, I believe in the law of reciprocity. I have no problem being a man, but my protection does cost. And sometimes the cost is your total respect, your submission, your cooperation, your support, your elegance, and your glory. If one cannot do that, then one does not need to be with me, correct, fellas?
But
Indeed.
That's right.
Indeed. And you're okay with walking away if that is not forthcoming.
Oh yeah,
That's
it was
right.
it's a lot easier at 38 to walk away than 20. Shit, not walking dick, Charles.
Right.
I mean, just
Yeah.
why don't you just I mean, why is it so hard? Just
Because,
reject. I just
well, to
like
joke with you, the reason
my
why it's so hard is because you're so hard. That's why.
Right.
Sometimes that's why.
yeah.
And then you got to realize she has the evolutionary advantage of knowing how to manipulate men. Because
Right.
in our culture, we always think of what we are, what we can do for women. Oh, I could fuck her better than you. Or I could buy her a house. Or I'm a real man because I did this for her. Instead of realizing that what you do as a man should be predicated on what you do for yourself. What are
Right.
you doing?
Right.
And really, only other men can reassure you of being a man.
Right. You know,
And
yeah.
go
The,
ahead.
the the other thing is the reason it's hard for a lot of people is because a lot of people really don't pay attention to how between the two, women are more front loaded earlier on, and a lot of guys are trying to make up that difference without realizing that they don't have to make up the difference yet. They'll make up the difference in time. So what ends up happening with a lot of guys is they end up pressing and basically having their own false sense of expectations draw out a negative outcome because their expectations are leading them astray. See, there was something that I read. It's part of a book named the Mahabharata, and there's a warrior that meets one of the chiefs, and one of the chiefs says, "Look, when you're in war, you can't have the blindfolds of expectations in your head because you'll never be free in combat." And a lot of times, what ends up happening is, as men, we have a lot of expectations on us, and we can't necessarily be free. But in time, when you actually grow to understand who you're supposed to be as a man, you can walk away from things that aren't for you a lot easier.
Can't you get that? But you can't. There's no way to get that understanding at a younger age, so you can just be wiser.
The lessons, see some things.
Okay.
I'll let Iori talk about it, and I'll go after him.
There's something is understanding. There's a difference between understanding and experience. Okay, like I can understand something subjectively, but there's a whole different sense of command that happens when I've been in an area and gone through things. There's no level of understanding that will help you with that without going through the fire. Go ahead, Uncle Jim.
See, and I'm glad you touched on that shit because perfect goddamn segues. High five, my nigga.
I appreciate that, man.
It's an old song that I'm pretty sure Black Yoda knows, and it starts off: "Experience is a good teacher." Okay. Number one. What is it called? What's that song called? It's called "Love Under New Management."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
love, experience is a good damn teacher. It's one thing to read up on things, but it's like a lady one time told me, "Well, I could teach you about warfare." How could you? I read books. Really?
Right.
Have you ever felt the bone drying heat of the Middle East? Well, no. Then what do we have to talk about? Well, you see, you think you know it all because you went to war. Jesus.
Some of these people be saying some
of the dumbest shit.
Yeah.
And here's the craziness of it all. Is that that's how you're going to deal with women for the rest of your life. And I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Well, okay with that. I would add that truth. For most of human history, the average lifespan was like in the 30s, right? So if you look at it from that perspective, there is, to perpetuate the species, there is or would be an urgency for the human male and female to reproduce fairly early in their lives, fairly early within their reproductive capability. Therefore, you as an 18, 19, 20-year-old, hell, even younger, 15, 16-year-old, the reason why your hormones are raging, because for most of human history, it was important that you reproduce at or around that stage of your life, right? Or at least begin to reproduce at or around that stage of your life. Therefore, certain things you're not going to be able, as a 19, 20, 21-year-old male, even though you may consciously or intellectually understand certain things, your evolutionary biology requires that you reproduce, or is going to beckon you to reproduce.
It's a
When
system
you're
override.
younger, and so it takes a lot for you to avoid that when you're young. And that's why very often younger men end up ensnared in certain situations, not because they're dumb or irresponsible or whatever, but it's because they have not been trained to, as Charles alluded to, override their natural inclinations. So it's perfectly natural for a 19, 21, 20, 21-year-old to want to reproduce, or even younger, frankly. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that we don't have a society in which you're doing that would suit your best interests.
Especially if you have goals in mind. Think about it. The reason why the system incentivizes women, think about it. We incentivize women to have babies because if you didn't, there's almost no reason to have children in the modern era.
Right
The only
about
reason
that.
you have them is just for pure reproductive purposes. So if you didn't incentivize these women who, for unexplained reasoning, will want to go get, well, it's not even unexplained. You know why? If I get to sit on my ass and pop out something that I can actually do and get paid for it, shit.
And don't
And
even.
what,
It ain't like I think about it. I'm gonna get paid for something, and it ain't even like I gotta really even take care of it.
exactly. And here's the crazy part about it. You, what the U.S. government did, and this is their fault. They've reduced marriage and the responsibility of women holding their chastity for marriage to almost nothing. That's why you got this WAP culture. Well, we could be sexually liberated, but yet you don't want to be called a whore because you're going to be held for your crimes. Why do I got to be called a whore? Well, that's what my mommy and daddy taught me.
Right.
You fucking Jezebel. Like that. Like, example, do you really, if you had a daughter, would you teach her WAP culture, or would you teach her how to be a proper lady?
To be a proper woman, I suppose.
Exactly.
But I wouldn't be having kids though. Like I wouldn't be. I would say my experience is different because I'm not really interested in that. Like,
see, the problem. The problem is,
don't.
it's not you having kids.
Right. Like I tell you,
It's
like
what
this.
it's
Talking
what
to
the
a guy
woman
here,
is trying to
It's
do.
her.
talking to a
It's
guy
her.
here said I didn't
It's
want.
her.
I got 4.
Think about it. Like, football player, decent looking guy, tall. Women fall at your feet, even
Right.
when you don't even notice them.
You're gonna. Yeah, I ain't even gonna lie. If you don't want no, you say you don't want no kids. First thing you need to do, especially if you're gonna be a good football player and you got a chance to be in the NFL, go get. I ain't gonna lie. Go get a vasectomy. You can always have it reversed later. You'll have enough money.
I don't need to do that because I just reject women. Like I don't. You can't just reject. You can't.
I'm gonna put it to you this way.
Nah.
I'm gonna put it to you this way, and I'm gonna be brutally honest.
You heard me say I didn't want no kids, and I got 4. Every woman not
Yeah, but see, you wanted
that's
to
the line of the night, Judge.
Were you still like having sex and like fooling around with women? See, I'm not trying to do that.
Let me put it to you this way.
Unless you're gonna remain celibate and never mess with no broads, then go get your, especially, I ain't gonna lie, dude, you got a good thing going for you. You already, you probably got a chance of being in the top 1 percentile. You're already smart seeking out this information. Like I said, make sure you listen to all of the rules. Say you go ahead and sit up there and you say, oh, I ain't having sex. Trust me. You need to pay attention to these shows a lot more.
Let me put it to you this way. I was a master shutting broads down.
Mm-hmm. There's gonna be one that's gonna get you.
It's gonna be one.
Yes.
And I mean bad. I mean so bad. She made medicine sick.
Right. I tell you all the time. That's what I think about. My son's mother, my youngest son's mother, got me well. And I always said this: you don't never realize you sit up here and talk all that mess. You might sit over here and fuck around with a couple girls, and you be all this whatever. I can control it. Then you gonna meet that one who gonna put it down on you. So I ain't gonna lie. Even to this day, that I know if I stuck around her and start messing around and just held conversations with her for about a week or two, I'll be back on top of it. Like,
but it is beyond just the sex,
right?
Some women will have a combination of
the mind.
Maybe some physical traits. It may be something
right
that sneaks up on you. It may be a kind of it may be something in her eyes.
Yeah.
It may be something that for some reason, like just her eyes provoke a certain response in you, that you don't even know that's there.
Yep. You said, do you mind, you guys, okay, so you mean, when you guys mean there's only one, do you literally mean only one?
No, it's not more. It could be more than one. I'm just gonna let you know like this. And you see, you got 4 other men on the panel.
It's a type.
The only man that ain't came and never came and said, "Oh, it was a chick that done went head over heels for a female." The only man that hasn't done that is a gay man. Mm-hmm. Now, if you notice, now one of these men on the panel said, "Nope, I ain't never." I mean, like literally, at one time in your life. It's mark my words, it's gonna come, and by the time you realize that you've done something stupid and somebody's got you head over heels like that, it's gonna be way too late. I mean, like literally, it's gonna be like stir fried. It's gonna be like it could be like cyanide. Your ass gonna be still hitting it.
You don't even realize the stupid
right. It sneaks up on you. Like I ain't gonna lie, the one that got me, she snuck up on me. Me and my youngest son's mother, we started at a one-night stand. Night, and then we just kept fucking around. And next minute, even to this day, she even say the same thing too. Our connection, it was something with us, but we just couldn't be. It's gonna be one. I'm like this. The only way you ain't gonna have one is if you like me. That's the only way.
Look, the objectivity happens after the fact. You don't even know what the heck is happening while you're doing it, man. You can't be objective in at that time. That stuff happens afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, love that you think that you can control it. But I hate to say something, brother, man. You sound like all of us on the panel. We always had men told us that, and we was like, "Oh no, that ain't gonna be me." And then you look up about 10 years later, you think about, "Well, yeah, that was me for that girl."
let me put it to you this way. I'm gonna ask you a question.
Can't you just avoid that girl?
I'm gonna ask you a question, right? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm gonna ask you some brutally honest questions.
All right, bring it on.
What was the first? How old were you when you lost your virginity?
How old? Okay, lost it like a year and a half ago.
Oh, you ain't got enough experience yet.
How many women have you been with sexually?
Like 10.
You ain't been with enough.
10 with a.
That's been for a specific reason though. That's because I've been actively. I don't participate in that because I already know
So in other words, right?
You just dodged the bullet for now.
Let me put it to you this way, right? You the tight end, right?
Mm-hmm.
You scored the winning touchdown against the school's biggest rival. How many fucking women are coming after you?
A lot.
So, you got to realize that at 19, 20, it is extremely hard. Not saying it's impossible, but if I had to put money on, I would take money out my fucking stocks and put it on the fact that you might actually hit it. Yeah. Especially when you start getting notoriety. You probably got a little bit of notoriety already.
Yep.
And you're a bit of a brainiac too.
I just want to improve but that's just to improve my status and my resources, so like I can have more influence on like world events.
I'm gonna give you a little tip and a little secret. The more you talk to women, the more you improve your status. And your ability to resist women. Because women love the guy that's a little bit mysterious and a little bit worldly. Why do you think she loves the thug? Because he lived. Why do you think thugs, cops, and military people got the best stories? Because they live out there in the world. Mm-hmm. They live in the world. Mm. So, in other words, learn to talk to women and learn how to actively listen to women. Think about 100%. It. The women who just want you for your body, which is nothing wrong with that. Hey, I mean, you got me through some hard times, literally and figuratively. But you actively listen to see what this chick's about. I had chicks literally tell me that her and her homegirl are gonna G me out.
Like how? Like explain. Like how? What? No. Like what type of? How would this be framed? Because you've heard it before.
What I just told you.
Right. So it don't just comes up. It don't just like, oh, it's gonna happen on this date. It's not a script.
They're planning. They're plotting.
Right.
Let me put it to you this way: to some women, I make damn good money. They want to have my baby. To some women, they love my dark skin. They want to have my baby. Some women, they want their children to have the muscle mass. They want my children to have the intelligence. Some women see me with my son. You're a good father. You'll be a good father to my child I have with you. To some women, I'm just a sex. They just want to fuck you. Definitely. There are some women, you're everything different to every different woman. Mm-hmm. When you realize it, it's very okay. Guess what? She said, you got good dick. Me and my homegirl gonna G you out. You think after she got her back blown out 3 ways to Sunday, she didn't brag to her homegirl?
Mm-hmm. Remember, I like you missed the show. I was talking to a chick this summer, and we was just fuck friends like that. She invited me to come fuck her girl. Mm-hmm. I mean, like literally, these people knew about the chick I was messing with, and I mean, like literally, you would think, I'm 40 plus years old, and it still happens.
Yeah.
And so imagine if I was somebody like a jock in school.
And these chicks out there, when I went up to their house, we were watching the Ultimate Fighter. Kimbo Slice was fighting over there. That's how long ago.
Damn. Was it when he was good or when he was getting his ass kicked?
He was good on there, but he lost.
He was all right.
He was all right.
He just couldn't deal with takedown defense though.
Yeah. And it was so funny. The one chick, interception motherfucker. I'm playing Madden. I know, but it was so funny, right?
Getting ready for that ass whooping this week. Next week, brother. Getting ready for that ass whooping next week. But go ahead.
Oh, that we gonna put on y'all? Okay. No, but anyway, it was so funny that she's like, I'm gonna go shower up and get ready. You just stay down here. Just go in the front room. She tells me, like her friend who was plotting with her was like, lotioning down, ass, titties, everything. Imagine somebody built like Bria Miles, but a step down from being pretty, a step or two down from being as pretty.
Yep.
Same body, glistening with baby oil. Yeah. Yeah. And she's taking my pants off, giving me head. The girl I was messing with, she was like, that's so fucked up. And of course, you know, in perfect nigga fashion, it's not what it looked like.
Right.
And she basically said, no, y'all started before me. And I'm like, what?
Right.
So, yeah, you got to be a very disciplined brother to say, I rebuke thee in the name of Jesus.
Right.
And even that doesn't work sometimes.
And here's the question, man. Here, like, this is the thing: is have you ever experienced two women sucking your shit at the same time?
Nah.
Thank you.
Well, you experienced that. Tell me how much you would give that up.
But if you don't, if just avoid the experience or just indulge in it less to focus on what your goal.
Oh man, like look, he's like, I ain't even
and to be
lie.
honest,
Look,
I'm just serious.
Listen, man. I was the
serious.
nerd. Look,
we know you're serious.
Look. You are the best of both worlds. You the jock and the nerd. See, I was the nerd when I was younger. I didn't start getting my first couple of years, like most of these people was burning out their virginity like 14 or 16. I didn't get mine till late. I was like almost 17 by the time I broke mine. But then I had a better thing because I was the nerd, which had the better job, which had more money. And then I was the one to dress nice. So then you got a lot. And man, you don't realize you got the best of both worlds. They're going to be coming at you. And I mean, no offense, you are a man. Unless you're gay, eventually you're going to crack. Unless you stay away. I mean, it's just what it is. But like I said, it's when you crack, you just got to make sure that you keep it responsible.
Can't you crack and like just get like an escort or a prostitute and not deal with these? Because that's business.
Because I know, bro, let you know, you too young. Listen, escort or a prostitute could probably got a better chance of turning you out than a girl your age.
Two things you want to, if you really want to learn women.
I didn't mess with a lot of escorts back when we was younger. You don't want it. They can. I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of times they like to fuck you just because you're young and cute.
I'm gonna put it to you this way. You remember what we said about these women are fucking older men, your same age group,
right?
Who turned them the fuck out. I mean, junkie for dicks turned out. Guess what she gonna do to you? If she knows that she's gonna get, guess what? Let you start peaking, and she see your grades, and she knows that you're going to a D1, and she know you hitting them weights.
She ain't gonna know about all that. That's too much. If you know about all, I've been doing too much talking.
Guess what?
You'd be surprised, bro.
You know what? I'm gonna personally give you my cell phone number.
Yeah.
Like Ori, I'm gonna be your Uncle Charles.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you the same thing. My 28-year-old nephew always tell me this shit, and I raised him since he was a boy. He always said, "How the fuck do you know this shit? How the fuck do you come up with this shit? The quick wit, the words, the experience, just talking, man." I said, "I'm gonna tell you one thing I learned. It is very hard, and I mean it is difficult to tell a 19-year-old. You got cops who are 25, college graduates, in the department where I work, and these motherfuckers are tearing up a new storm of fucking police. These chicks, and I mean drop dead gorgeous chicks. I mean slaying them like goddamn King Arthur slays a goddamn dragon. Like really. You got guys who just know, like, look, she's giving it up. She's feeling me. It is what it is. And we're giving you basically, we're your block. We know you got the hands, you got the reach. Just run that Just run that curl route. Boom. Bowl that mother gaga. Wear your block. We're telling you, think of me as your offensive coordinator or your head coach, dude. I see it a mile away. You still got women. Women know a good man when they see one. Best believe that. Why do you think none of my exes ever truly lose contact with me? They will. There's one chick I used to mess with. I can tell when she breaks up with somebody. You know how it is? Hey, big head.
Hey, big head. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. He hurt your feelings. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, yeah, I need a steak dinner. Yeah, extra gravy, mashed potatoes. Yeah, give a little bit of salt. Yeah, bring 2 bottles of liquor. This dick ain't going away for free. The thing we telling you, don't make sure if she wants to be on your team, she has to do something for you. And it ain't fucking. She gotta cook, she gotta clean, she gotta sew, she gotta put some money down. She gotta do a lot of shit. Because guess what? While you were in your athletic and your academic prowess, you're outranking her. You the big man on campus. See, I was on Obsidian show and a guy made a good point. Black men are not arrogant enough. If black men actually had the fucking arrogance they had, you think all these chicks would come to you with a bunch of fucking babies?
Nope. They wouldn't dare.
You think these chicks would come to you with a fucked up attitude and out of shape?
They wouldn't even walk through the door.
Yeah, but the only why it's happened because niggas are giving the dick and the attention, and niggas gotta have to have the discipline to cut all the two of the above, dick and attention. Once you really made a dedication, but like I said, Charles, we have too many homosexuals, and a lot of women have raised their sons to become a homosexual. One case in point, Boyce Watkins.
But like I said, listen, hey brother, man, listen to these men here. And like I said, man, yeah, you can go ahead, Nettie, you can give him my number too after the show. That way you make sure that way I don't give a damn what time it is. If you ever need some advice from an older man, don't feel free to call one of us, man.
All right, because
we don't look. We want to look out for you, and we don't want to. We want to make sure we see. Like I said, is we may not be your dad, but we see another young black man in the making, and we just want to make sure you don't fall in any trick bag or anything. We want to avoid any bad roads in life and make you maximize your potential.
And I just put my number in the back chat. I'm like, look, I'm realistic because I know black men because I'm one. It is extremely hard to go out in college, hell, go in the world, and say, I'm going to resist this girl. The next thing you know, you're looking at them hormones coming up. Late o'clock at night, you playing the game, dig harder than a jail sentence. We all been there. Yes, I'm a little bit vulgar and gratuitous. That's why I got the sign up. That's why, hey, get my likes up. A couple of donations be nice too. But this is the reason why I talked earlier about the single father is different. See, the single father sees his sons different than the single mother. Okay? The single father sees his sons as himself. You know what the single father sees, Truth?
What?
He sees somebody who can carry the torch further than himself. A single father does not want his son to reach greatness. He wants him to reach greatness even further than he did. You know what a single father sees in his daughter?
What?
The pride and joy. A lady in the making.
What does that mean?
In other words, pride and joy. A woman's job, a woman's proper job is this: to protect the glory and image of her man. To be the perfect second in command. See, it's good to fawn over a woman who's done her job well. Let me find a woman who will always treat me with reverent respect that a goddamn king and a god deserves. And you'll find a woman I'll be happy to fawn over. See, there's a difference in being blue pill and red pill, because guess what? If I found that woman, they'd be like, why are you doing this shit for your wife? Do you know what she does for me first without asking? Hello.
Right.
See, I give a lot of cheat codes out. I mean, what's the blood code? AB, left, right, stuff, right? Like shit. A lot of us do not understand. I wish that YouTube was out when I was in high school for a lot of brothers.
Mm-hmm.
In the mid to late 90s when I was in high school. I wish this. A lot of brothers wouldn't even been in jail, child support, fucked up records, all kinds of issues with their baby mama. There's a guy I know who I went to high school with at 35 is a fucking grandfather.
Dang.
There's a girl I used to date. She's a grandmother at 35. I don't want to be a grandfather in my 30s. I didn't want to be a grandfather in my 40s. But the only difference between a lot of them, God forbid, if I was a grandfather in my late 40s, I've lived life. Hey, granddaddy, tell me the story about when you went to war. Sure. See, a lot of us play these games, and the reason why I got faith in you that you can resist, but there's always some chicks out there that we just can't. And it will be very disingenuous to tell you that you're right, you can resist these chicks. Brother to brother, I would lie. I would be lying to you. And this channel is based on truth, regardless of how I see it, regardless if the truth benefits me or not. I have to say it. A lot of these chicks specialize. See, they specialize and target guys like you. You got a brain. You got athletic ability in 2 sports. You got the genetic jackpot.
But I'm aware of what she's going to do.
You're aware of it, but it's like this. Being aware of Jordan's moves is different than playing against them, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to put it to you this way, right? I'm going to take it back to my wrestling days. Everybody knew what Charles L. Faulkner Jr. was going to do. Could I wrestle my way out of a paper bag? You goddamn right. I could do over 1,000 moves. Mr. Brown taught me so many moves, I could literally wrestle 3 fucking matches back to back and not use the same move twice. But guess what? We always go to what? Our bread and butter, correct?
Yeah.
Right.
If I'm your quarterback, what is the bread and butter play for you, tight end?
Bread and butter play like a slant route. Something easy.
Mm-hmm. And that's an easy what? 5 yards to first down, right?
5 yards, 10 yards, cut up field.
Damn near guaranteed. You got hands like that, right?
Yep.
Take a hit, right?
Yep.
Give a hit, right?
Yeah.
See, that's the confidence I like to hear, young brothers. Think about it. This was Charles Faulkner, even to this day. Single leg, double leg, low single. And it was incredible to see a guy above 145 to do a low John Smith single. I've gotten so fast with it in wrestling, it's a big no-no to stand up tall because your center of gravity is too high. But I could do it standing up and hit you with your ankle. Boom, before he even knew what had happened.
You talking about snatching somebody up off the ground?
Mm-hmm, with a single leg. Yeah, I could do that. Or I could just hit you with a low single. A low single is like cuffing the back of your heel. I'm so low that you can't even react to it. and I can hit it like that in a wrestling match. Think about it. When I'm on top, power half Nelson, 3/4 Nelson, bow and arrow, half Nelson, cradle, whatever. They knew it was coming. Crossface, oh, they knew it was coming. They feared that shit. People would just flatten out before they let me crossface them because they knew it was so painful. You know what, people, I used to hate being on bottom, but Mr. Brown, my coach, God rest his soul in peace, paradise, and power, he made me practice that goddamn switch 1,000 times in 2 hours. Probably over 1,000 if I think about it. You know what he told me? I'm finished doing the switch. What, on your right hand? On your left hand? Yeah. You didn't finish. What about your left hand? People knew when I'm on bottom, all he got is the power switch. That's all I needed. Stand up and standing power. I got so smooth with the switch, I could crawl and do it. I can stand up and do it. A dude at States one time picked me up off my feet in mid-air, hit the switch. Imagine getting the reversal, and the entire time you're hitting the reversal, your feet never touch the ground.
Yeah.
Smooth. That shit was so butter that people feared it across the state of Maryland. People used to be like, there's some people who would just do a, what was it called? Fuck. And I'm a coach, I'm supposed to, they would just basically let me up and take and basically that's a stand-up. They let me up, get the stand-up points, because they know if I get the switch, it's over. That's 2 points they're giving up instead of 1. No matter how much I know my bread and butter, I still have to have other moves at my arsenal.
Yeah.
And the point that I'm making at this is that no matter how good I was with that switch, I could always go to the other side and hit a switch on that one. If he blocks both switches, guess what? The idiot put his chin on my shoulder, and I get him with a sit out, suck out, sit out. The idiot didn't put his hands together, so I'm gonna just escape. Because he's so worried about one thing, he doesn't see the other tools at work. Sometimes I'll just fake the switch just to get away from you. All I needed was a point. It's the same thing when you're in life, when you do the slant route. What if you can't run the slant? What if you got to block? What if you can't run the slant? You got to go out and you got to jump for that motherfucker. It's the same way you deal with women. Guess what? I got to be prepared. What if it's one of them nights she just come on to me and shit happens? I got to wrap it up. I got to do this. I got to have condoms on deck. Because the same girls, you think of her as like that fucking linebacker. Is that linebacker going to do some dirty shit and hit you in that floating ribs?
Probably.
Why? Because he knows you're a threat. Because he's trying to get you weakened, if not out the game. That chick's game is trying to get you on her. Oh, I'm pregnant. What if you go to draft night? I'm pregnant. You think she's not going to find herself pregnant? And let's say you do mess with shorty. You double knot that fucking condom, and you get a plastic bag you brought with you, and you don't even flush it in her toilet. You take that shit out there in that bag, and you throw that shit 5 miles down the way in a dumpster like Mighty Thor. You know why? Because if you put it in a trash can, guess what she's going to do?
Mm-hmm.
She's going to turkey base like an old grandmother on Thanksgiving. It's not that I don't have faith in you. Some other chicks. You talking about trying to fight 19, 20-year-old hormones against women at the peak of their beauty?
Use those hormones for other things, like getting better. And like, since I play sports, I can use those hormones to like hit harder and like run faster.
Oh yeah.
Use that energy for other things.
But guess what?
Not all the time, bro.
Shorty built like Bria Miles, and she trying to get hit hard too. Wrap it up.
But you know what though, he made a real good point here where he said use the hormones for other
And
for sports
that's a good thing.
because
Yeah,
the
that
thing
is a
is
good thing.
because the thing is, I know you probably have a good coach. Even if you were in the NFL, they would tell you, hey, look, we don't want you to have sex before the game or while before practice and all of that. So
Yeah.
so you know,
They're probably. I kind of wish that I had you as a goddamn heavyweight, because you would actually be one of the few wrestlers that listen. I had one wrestler who was like 17, 18, and I said to him the same thing: don't have sex before that match.
and the thing is, man, it's hard to get through to some younger guys. They won't subscribe to you. They will listen to you, but they were like, "Oh man, I'm gonna do it my way anyway." He don't know what the fuck he talking about. That was in this day.
Hmm.
You get a lot of younger guys like that now, but there are a few that do come in this manosphere and on the panel uh, to get good teaching. That's why I laid back in the cut tonight while three other people were trying to tell him, what they've been through. But you take advice from from who you think has given you the best advice and who has been very clear with you. That's what I say.
Okay.
Yeah, and remember, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not gonna lead you. My number's in the back. I'm not saying, because guess what? You remind me a lot like me, except fuck you, you're a lot taller. But but I could focus. I'm the type of athlete who, even to this day, I can still focus on my craft to get better. But at the same time, I'm smart enough to always have, that Superman Batman in me, to always have those protocols. I got to hit protocol last Sun because goddamn somebody got mind control Superman ass again, and I need to bring out the kryptonite ring.
Yeah.
I got to go to the protocol green light and throw some yellow paint on the town because Green Lantern lost his goddamn mind with parallax.
Okay.
Well,
I get what you're saying. So like,
huh?
I get what you're saying. Like, you got like rules and regulations, but I don't understand like why do men like so easily just fall and like get subdued, tied
Because
up in these situations.
because women may not be smarter, but they're more cunning. They're more psychological. To defeat your enemy, you must understand and become your enemy. Okay? One of the biggest losses I ever had, you're talking about a guy who was going through 17-0. I mean, I won a private school tournament. I was just mowing through people. I lost a match 2 o'clock in the morning because it was winter and it was snowed and we had the tournament. I'm wrestling 2 o'clock in the morning. It should have counted as a pin, but I lost 5-6 at the Ovalie. My next match later on that week or next week was a kid named Minor from Forest Park. Instead of playing to my strengths, guess what happened? I played to his. Instead of actually going low for a double or single, which is my mastery, I try to go for an upper body throw on a guy who's super upper body. He was a fucking gymnast. You ever wrestled a gymnast? Some of the strongest pound for pound people you ever meet. And instead of trying to go for the throw, I'm going backwards and never tuck my hips in. So he gets the trip and he gets the pin. I'm pissed at myself because I prepared and I know better. I go through back in the lab, aka the wrestling room, and I'm practicing and I'm working on that shit, and never again. We end up meeting in the championship finals later that season. We just destroyed our competition. The competition was nothing. The match was so badass that everybody wanted to see it. They literally stopped all the matches around us so the other wrestlers and referees and the timekeepers could watch us. I literally used his strength against him. He's this big, muscular guy. What does big muscles need? Big oxygen. So if I keep
Yeah.
so if I keep hitting your arm with chocks and blocks, that arm needs oxygen to heal, and I'm not giving it to you because referee calling stalling because I'm not moving around. I don't care. That's part of the thing. I even told my coach, shh, and he was like, "Oh, keep doing what you do." So I'm just beating the shit out of his arm, like chopping it, trying to go for, the forearm chop.
Yeah. Just trying to break him down.
I'm breaking. Oh, I broke his spirit with that one. Imagine 2 minutes of just beating up and beating the hell out of your arm. So the third period, I just took my whole body and chopped the arm, and it went through. Put him in an arm bar. Put him on a fucking half Nelson on the other arm. Stacked him. When we call a stack is when your legs are swinging in the air, pinning. And I won the championship when it counted. It was kind of like the Titans Ravens thing, where you kind of go up on their circle and you wave them by. That's the same way you got to be with women. You always got to have a contingency plan.
Let me ask you a question. So do you ask these questions, bro, because you feel that you will fall in the category of
What'd you say? You cut out.
Okay, do you feel that you ask these questions because
hold on.
Can you hear me? Something may be wrong with this thing, man.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you good. Can you hear me? You probably need to go out and come back in.
Go out and come back in, and I'll let you up because it probably something with your with sometimes.
Okay, I'll be right back.
All right.
So what's been up, Charles? What happened, bro? You must have took a day off and just rested.
Oh man, I had to go to work on a desk. I don't know why they got me on work here because next week I got a quarantine before my surgery and working another shift because I usually work midnights. So when they had me working 3 to 11, I was like dead tired because I usually have sleep by that time.
Yeah, so, I'm a night person myself. When I worked in the prison, I used to work overnight. Daytime is too political for me.
Yeah. I hate day work. Like you said, it's political, even though I used to be on swing shift for about 12 years. 11 to 12 years. And man, that shit have beat the fuck out of you, man. It's every 28 days we would change shifts. And I was like, I need something permanent. My body's breaking the fuck down.
Do you get shift? Yeah. Do you get shift differential for working overnight?
Yeah, that's why when the city fucks up our night differential, we get them big ass checks.
Well, what I wanted to ask you, the truth, since you're back, you asked the question. What I want to know: do you ask those questions because you see other young guys going through situations, or because for fear of going through that yourself? I want to tell you, it's also impressive to see somebody your age here that know the terminology of the manosphere, like the black pill, the blue pill, and the red pill, and all that. Best thing is to just listen, and you'll learn a few things. But like I said before, go with your most intelligent choice, because everybody don't have the same choices. Don't have the same experiences. Like myself, I hadn't had a lot of problems. I got married when I was 19, and I divorced that right at 33. And I'm 37 now.
To answer your question, to be honest, I usually came to these spaces for understanding and how I can better and I wouldn't say manipulate, but I can't find a better word. So I'm gonna just say manipulate my environment and manipulate interactions. Like how can I more control interactions with like other women? At first it was women, because girls, women, because like if you're not keen on game, it's kind of like you're just kind of walking blind, because there's no, in like mainstream media and regular sources of media, there's no way to how can I say, there's no real knowledge out there for you to how I would
So in
say
other words, it's like real. There's no real interaction because everybody is doing it like in your generation, just over the internet. No real
yeah,
talk
yeah,
face. I get.
there's no real exchange of information
Yeah, I feel it.
or
I feel it.
learning. So you have to go and fight and find places, and that's why people like I think a lot of people like outside of the manosphere are like surprised that these spaces are growing. But it's if you actually think about it, it's not really it shouldn't be really surprising because it's just filling a need. Like the
Well, it's been
manosphere
here
fills
all
a need.
along. It's been here all along, but like I've said plenty of times, we're men from awkward stages. Well, now I want to say young men and boys from awkward stages because we have all kind of males that come in these spaces, and there's something that they're seeking. And sometimes when you just listen in, you learn something. Now, I was shocked. Even my nephew knew about. Kevin Samuels. I was shocked that he knew about Obsidian and all those, and he's in Atlanta. And I'm wondering, okay, damn, that's why he just laid back. He ain't, getting out there getting no babies. He's not wild because his oldest brother, who is 25, he got 8 kids. And he didn't fall in his footsteps, and it really fucked him over a whole lot
How the
psychologically.
fuck do you get 8 kids at 25?
I know, Charles. I mean, he had a good upbringing, good father. So
Mhm.
that means that you could teach your children everything there is to learn. What? So true. Is your father in your life?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
Do he talk about these things that like what Charles talking to you about?
Um, yeah, but just like in his own way.
Okay.
It's
What,
like, but I
not asking you to compare the two, but what do you think you learned more here?
yeah, definitely because I think because with my dad, like he's like my type, so like he's like the popular type and stuff. Like he used to always get the girls, but he always tell me like always would tell me it's he didn't have any game, like he didn't have any game,
Was he
and he
is he
just
tall?
no, he's way shorter than me.
So you got to think
So
sometimes.
there's something else like
It's charismatic.
The
yeah
thing is,
probably
man, you have your own style, and this is what I learned about me. All my life growing up, it was always something special about me, and I didn't do what everybody else did. I was always, let me tell you, when I was 13, I lied on the fucking work permit to say I was 15 so that I could have a job. So when I was walking up in school with the flyest clothes, I had saved up money to get my first car when I was 16. I graduated high school. So, the girls was always on me. I wasn't the tallest motherfucker in the world, at that time, and I didn't play sports, but I had women after me so much to the point, girls and women too, but so much to the point where uh, niggas wanted to fight me and beat me up all the time because their girl said hi, you know.
Mhm.
I was what you would call I was in a group called the Original Preps in high school, and we were the guys that dressed really nice, and we always had girls, you know, and we were low key fucking them here and there, all over, and it wasn't about how much game you got, because sometimes you gotta be like, say, take some and leave some, take some for yourself and let everything else be seen because it's gonna show. You get what I'm saying?
yeah I get what you're saying. If I could be a little bit more candid, like I would say that what really got me interested in like Kevin Samuels and like this like Black Pill and like BGS and like just like Red Pill and Black Pill knowledge because I mean because Red Pill is just isn't Red Pill just like a small part of Black Pill? I don't really like
Red pill is his own entity. Think of blue pill. I'm gonna break it down for you real quick if you don't mind.
that's fine.
Blue pill is the social normals, the social mores, meaning how society works. Red pill, there's red pill rage, red pill awareness, and red pill knowledge. Red pill is how the world you get enraged because your mama always told you if you if you get good grades and you do this, you open doors for women, you buy flowers, you'll get the prettiest girl in school. Good always triumphs over evil. Red pill is the way how shit works in the world. It's the underbelly. It's what you ever heard this little thing on YouTube, the stuff they don't want you to know?
Yeah,
That's
I've heard of
red
that.
pill. That's red pill. Red pill rage is when you're upset that the prettiest girl in your block wants to date Billy the drug dealer.
Well, my definition.
Black pill. Oh, I was gonna say real quick.
No,
I'm gonna let you. After I explain this, I'm gonna let you talk. Red pill awareness is seeing that she wants. Is seeing that she's dating Billy the drug dealer. Red pill knowledge is understanding why she dates Billy the drug dealer.
Because she wants protection
it's
and
environmental.
Yeah, depending on like what she needs.
Yeah, that's everything is environmental. The girl who's a 92, like when you go into the ever so famous BGS Octane series,
Yep.
a 92 climber is a 92 where she had to earn a degree and earn a corporate job. It's different than a natural 92, which is the kind of valley girl or the girl who came from money. She's going to react that you could tell the difference between the both when you get them both upset. The 92 climber is going to go back to her hood ass ways and want to fight and yell and scream and all that shit. The natural or the true 92, as I like to call it, she's going to sit down at brunch and talk about, I didn't appreciate this, that, and the fourth. That's her.
Oh, okay. So it was. I thought it was just based on physical attractiveness.
No. The only one that's based on physical attractiveness is the baller chick. A baller chick could come out of any octane. She could be from the projects, and if she's a 9, that beauty, her raw beauty, can get her out the projects.
Oh man, that's so true. Ooh,
there can be 10s that are from the projects.
Hell yeah, you never been in the projects?
Yeah, I've been to the projects.
Some of the prettiest chicks you will find. I was walking foot years ago. This is like my 3rd year. This chick came out of the fucking projects, and she was at least a 9.
Universally, across the board.
No makeup.
So if you drop her like in Paris, France, she is a 9.
Every one of them fucking French speaking, non-deodorant using, baguette eating motherfuckers be trying to fuck her. She was gorgeous. Like when I mean gorgeous, she was just wearing a regular like a halter top, nice stomach, like no makeup, just lip gloss. And she was so pretty, she literally stopped traffic. Like
okay, one of those.
Dudes were like at a fucking ring light, and motherfuckers was like, "Will y'all get across the street?" And the motherfuckers, "Will y'all get out the fucking middle of the road? Go!" And the dudes complaining saw her walking across the street, literally got out of his car, was like, "I be goddamn, she fine." So you got to realize that a lot of your chicks you see on Instagram, a lot of them were discovered in the hood.
And then again, you got to look at it too, Charles. A lot of them are not natural beauty like they used to.
Not like they used to be.
Like the women that we were looking at the other night in all of the way back in the day music videos where they didn't have to doctor themselves up, use a lot of spray makeup to put on their body to make the skin look clear and all that. Just the natural.
Like when you see natural, that's why when me and my boys, we have our group chat and we be like, rank this chick. and I would rank a chick like she's a 6'5" or 6. He was like, "You crazy?" I said, "One, she has too many tattoos. A true beauty queen is not gonna have tattoos. That's lesson number one. A true model is very like less likely she's gonna have true tattoos. Two, is she pretty before she even put the makeup on? Meaning, if she's asleep and snoring and having drool out of her eyes, and you look at the chick and be like, "God damn," and she wakes up like, "What? I didn't realize how fucking good looking you were." Like it should be mind ogling of how good look she is. That's how you know. Like a lot of guys, and I'll tell you this also true. The average man walking around has never seen physically a 8 and above. Average man has not. So when we see these girls on Instagram and all that shit, if it wasn't for social media, half of these dudes out here would not see these girls.
Hmm. Well, I mean, I think my experience is how like maybe the fact that I don't get it is because like I had experiences with like really attractive like females when I was younger.
Mm,
Like so
That's
like
that's basically you basically telling me my life. Like I grew up from a family where the girls grew up really, really pretty.
hmm,
So seeing even my mom in her day has natural long hair. It used to come to her waist, so she cut it. I don't know why, but it grows like a motherfucker. So you got to think about it. Small, petite, nice shape, dark skin with thick, long, thick hair. You wonder why my father got 2 kids out of her. So you got to realize it's the same way when you grow up looking at beautiful women and being around them, especially in the family. You're like, beauty is not something that's hidden to you, but to most dudes, especially when you're in the inner city, where you're dealing with women who are,
hmm.
how we say it, fat and overweight, you're gonna kind of simp for the girls who are like, "Oh, me? I didn't know you liked me for me."
Nah.
So it's a phenomenon. But go ahead. I think you wanted to say something, Nina.
Yeah, I was in the middle of typing my frat, Sir
Oh,
Anthony. Yeah, but it's all good. He was saying that the definitions of the pills have already been established years ago. We can't redefine them. I get that. When I said to you earlier, and you posted what I stated about the pills, it was just my opinion. It wasn't, to go
mm-hmm.
against. Like I
Oh
said,
no.
I said earlier, I said, I don't think you would have posted it if you didn't agree. The one where I said what I found is the question then is not about the pills, but what they stand for in these circumstances. The
Mm-hmm.
question is asking us whether reality, truth, is worth pursuing. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so I never defined myself with appeal, until I got in the manosphere, But being a man come natural for me
Yeah.
anyway. I'm a leader. Nobody can never influence me anything, to do anything or to be any certain kind of way. I'm a hard motherfucker. You got to wake up early in the morning before the birds start to chirp to fool me. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I've said this plenty of times. I'm a leader. I've always led, even women that is in my company. They see that they be like, "Oh no, I can't. I'm not gonna talk to him anymore. Well, I don't like him. He too. That type shit. Because you
Yeah.
can't get the fuck over. You know.
Yeah, it's a very enjoyable feeling, isn't it? It's a very enjoyable feeling because when you establish your leadership, and I'm glad to see a brother like a young brother like True, he has goals, he has things he want, in his life to be such, so much so that he knows that there's going to come a time when women are going to flock to him, if not already. And I'm glad that he has the resolve and strength to block all that. But just in case, always, and I mean always, take precaution. Always have the contingency. If I do sleep with this chick, there's always a condom or 3 available. We go by the
Put them in
number
a
3.
backpack.
Put them in the backpack, put them in the front pack, put them all around. When she says, "Oh, take the condom off," fuck you. No, fuck you.
Nope, can't play those games. But Charles,
Yep.
I wanted to. The next thing I would like to do is I want to pick your brain about. I tell you about some specific scenarios that have happened to me, and I just want to get your. What do you honestly think? What could have happened? Okay, so the first scenario, because I always go back and like reflect on my interactions with like females and stuff, and just try to gain that extra context of like what was really going on
That's
in that like social interaction. So okay, okay. I had one moment in high school where I think it was like a white kid, and he was saying, I don't know, I guess he had went into his drama class and was saying some racist stuff. So whatever, the point is, this was in class in the gym. So I basically had to press him and like step to him about it, and it was in front of everybody. So it was kind of a scene because everybody was surrounding him. Because they thought I was gonna fold him, but I didn't really come here. I didn't really come here to do all that. I was just to let him know. I tried to step to him real quick. Okay, so yeah, just to check him. And I didn't think too much of it because it isn't the first time. So after that had happened, I had went to class. And I had my class was right next door, and it was like a conditioning class, a body conditioning class, and I was lifting the weights. And I had a girl walk up to me and ask me if I was the one who had intimidated him. And it was the oddest thing because when we were conversing about the situation, and I hadn't known this girl. I hadn't had any previous interactions with her, but it seemed that I had piqued some kind of interest in her. And like as we were talking, it was like her eyes were like she was like excited for something. Like her eyes were
kind of wide, glazed over, pupils dilating.
Yeah. Just kind of like looking into some kind of dream or something.
Like she was almost staring through you.
Yeah.
I know that looked very well. But continue.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm conversing with her.
And by the way, I'm so proud of you, and I can tell you have a brain, because a lot of kids your age would say, "Well, we're conversating instead of conversing."
Well, yeah, I was talking to her, and I appreciate that because I try hard to articulate myself well, but so I was communicating with her. I was talking to her, and we were explaining the situation, and yeah, she was just staring at me, and she was just telling me how like cool it was that I had done that, and like she was asking me if I had recorded it, and like how many times have I had done that to other people. And it was like the oddest thing to me. Like, so what do you think about that? Like, what could have possibly been the reason why her interest had been piqued? Because I didn't know her. And the craziest thing, another thing that happened like after that is she just randomly followed me on Instagram and my other social media.
Because she was attracted. She was giving you choosing signals. Two things that women fought. It was a primal thing. And when you deal with women, remember when I told you there's some women who love me for my intellect and some women that just loves me for physicality?
Yeah.
Like, there's women who say, "You're a very attractive man. You're intellectually sound, and you don't take shit from anybody. You speak your mind, regardless of who it is." I've actually went to my lieutenant and we had conversations, regardless of how he would do things and predict it. So what? There are some times when you deal with females and it's primal. That's one of the issues a lot of guys have in the black manosphere, even in the white manosphere, that they never understood. There's a certain amount of physicality that is lost, especially being either a big guy or a muscular guy or an athletic guy. And it takes a lot of guts to check another man, regardless if he's smaller, bigger, same size, or whatever. In her eyes, you invoke that primal protector gauge, that warrior shit that they love. Remember this all your days of your life. There's two things that attract the women: fighting and fucking. There's one of my exes. If she ain't dealing with nobody, I could call her up and it's on. Because two things I filled out was the fighting and the fucking. And I actually had to fight and beat the hell out of two guys when I was with her. Hell, it was me or them. And also, I had to fill out the fucking part when we were in the parking lot after Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Damn, that was so long ago. And we were there for 3 hours doing our thing. So what happened with you is that she felt as though, one, she was aroused, because when you see that same look from a female, always know that's arousal. Those are the arousal signs. When was her face looking a little bit more reddish?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the blood. That's the arousal.
She was, yeah. The times that I had seen her, she was definitely not as interested in what she was talking about as she was when we were talking about that situation. Like when she was talking about other topics, like I could just see it in her face. It didn't excite.
It's like that old love song. It's written all over your face. You ain't got to say a word. And that's exactly what it was. She was aroused. That she was so shocked about it that she had to find out. She literally went to an area she'd never been, about a subject she didn't know shit about, just to find out, were you the guy? Yeah. Here's this pussy. Take it now. But no, take it now. Because there's some things that, and that's the point that we were telling you, there's some things that you find attractive, so much so that there's nothing you can do. Like, you could talk about superheroes and the most nerdy shit at that moment. You had her. She was so aroused and so excuse me, and so interested physically in you that you could have had her on that fucking weight bench and she'd have no problems. She gave you the choosing signals. So anytime you see a woman with that look and she has those eyes, them ebony eyes, as Rick James talked about, yeah, she was aroused and interested. Like, she was giving you the choosing signals, and she was choosing. So what's the next scenario?
Okay, good. All right, because I kind of got that vibe. I just wanted a second, like I would say, a second opinion on that. Just like more clarification. Okay, the second scenario was I had a situation with another female. Like, she was arguing with people. This was outside of another public situation. She was arguing with arguing with a group of guys I was playing basketball with. And yeah, so she tried to get physical with them because, they were kind of teasing her, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause everybody in the school pretty much kind of thought like we were dating or like we were a thing or whatever. So they were kind of like singing, the kissing song. with her name, and that kind of like got her hot because like her whole face was like red. And so basically, I guess she tried to tee off on one of these dudes, and she kind of like fell. It was bad. It was kind of funny, but like it was kind of sad at the same time because it was it was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like how she like fell. Like I just don't understand. Like she just like fell back in midair because she tried to like kick this guy like in midair, just like Mortal Kombat style, but like she like sucked at it. So she just like fell back. She fell back on her bottom, and this is like outside in the cement. And she was like bona fide, literally the baddest girl in the school. And I was like, I would say I was pretty much the furthest guy that was really able to talk to her because all the other dudes they really wasn't getting no play. And I kind of got the vibe that she was into me too, even though she was like if there was a 10 at our school, she was definitely that. But I kind of got that vibe, and like after like I had, well, let me just get back to the situation. So basically, I should have helped her out, and I should have defended her, like. And I always thought, and this was a weird day in school that I remember because some of this school shit I just be forgetting, bro. But this day was, I don't know, this was a very weird day. Like, so if you can kind of get from that situation.
She was looking for a beta male protector.
Yeah.
She was thinking that maybe he liked me and I could get him to do certain shit for me. And it didn't play out because you should have helped me. No, bitch, you the one who embarrassed yourself. Shit. Why did you try to kick them if you physically could not beat them? Why couldn't you just ignore them? But she was looking for, it's a good example. You ever seen some of these chicks out there who talk all this shit, want to hang around, and don't understand how men speak, and we speak bluntly. We say some cruel and disgusting shit to each other, but men could take it. She couldn't. Oh, if she really thought you were this type of guy, why would she get insulted? No, her little pride got hurt. And unfortunately for her, she tried to do a fucking jump kick, and she heard the words "finish her" go off. So then she looked at you because she was banking off her beauty that you would help her. And guess what? But you didn't, which was a smart play because one, that's not your girl. And two, even if it was your girl, what the fuck you doing with these bunch of men talking?
Yeah.
Hey, Charles.
Yeah.
The boy that's down here called The Truth. How old are you?
19.
So this is the first under 20 on your channel, am I right, Charles?
I think so. Probably.
Yeah, I think so because when we start this journey, Charles found it in July 5th. I remember anybody under 20 that came up here. So I would say to you, young brother, you have email?
Yeah, I do.
Put in the back chat. I will have to forward you some books, literature, to for better not only the other work, but this you need the reading work as well. You're gonna have to invest in time, energy, and money in this too. So do that now. I'm gonna soon go get some rest in a few minutes.
Okay. Hold on.
So I can email you. You email me. Okay. Because one thing I did wrong for all the men that's listening in this channel, I wasn't able to reconnect to a 16-year-old on another brother's channel, Roger. And I kind of regret that because he was very misguided. Well, he's not misguided, but he's still finding himself because he's around his father. But he has a certain disdainful hate for the black community. And I find at his age, he shouldn't be because he have not lived life. But this happens when young boys that of teenage age still trying to find themselves. The only thing they could understand and learn is from their environment. But they don't understand what the purpose and cause and effect of the environment and where you place the environment. And it becomes very dangerous. So now he alienates himself from the black community. I don't want to start developing with black boys. Black men.
And see, the crazy thing about that is you can't alienate yourself from the black community because you'll forever be black.
Exactly, bro.
What you produce will always be black.
Yes.
and no other group of people will accept you. And that's the one thing I always like to tell black people. Like I try to tell homeboy, oh, we should go to our roots and visit Africa. I said, dude, do you know we will be strangers in Africa? I don't care how black you are. We will be
Exactly.
strangers.
Yeah,
Never grew up
nah,
in that
nah.
culture.
Them foreigners when they come over here, they're stuck up. Cause I used to do UC Davis minority. It's like a minority education. Cause I
Hmm.
live here in Cali. The motherfuckers are stuck up, but they come over here from Nigeria in Ghana, and they're not fucking with you, bro.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's based off how you talk.
let me ask you a question, True. Do you work in the outlets in Vacaville?
No, no, I don't.
Oh,
But
okay.
I've been there.
Oh, okay. So you're very close to me. I'm
Hmm.
I'm maybe 19 minutes away from you.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm gonna email you now so you can get,
Yeah,
and then I'm gonna tell you when you get the email. Hit me up. Say yes, I got the email. Forward me the books. That's why I want you to write an email once the email goes through.
for sure, it's in there.
All right.
Hey, man, and I really do appreciate you, Rain, uh, taking the time out to do that, because too often you find younger guys that do come and they leave with nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why I like Charles' channel, and that's why I like the things that Charles have to offer. You know, you want to listen to people who can really help you. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what, because you can really leave confused, you know,
Yeah.
and you want to be able to leave with something, you know, to the point to where you be like, damn, I really learned something. And I'm gonna tell you, as grown as fuck as I am, although I look young at times and still can hang out with the young crowd, uh, I sit back and I listen too, because I take what is factual and also still lead my own life, because it's always something that you can learn. The world is the biggest school, and you're gonna continue to learn, bro. You know what I'm saying? No matter what. I mean, I know a whole lot of shit. I know get the basics down. Get the basics down.
Yeah,
Don't try to impress. Be yourself. You got a whole lot of shit that a lot of us wish we did have, like the height thing. You could do a whole bunch of things with that height, not just sports. You get what I'm saying?
yeah.
Just
So
reaching shit out the cabinet without a goddamn stool.
right, that's what I'm talking about. Indeed.
Um. Okay. Now I've had this question is kind of burning my soul, and it was about the last situation, Charles.
Hmm.
About the last scenario. Okay. If she expected that beta male provider, because I think this is very important topic. If she expected that beta male provider to come out of me, then why would she tell her entire family about me?
Because she likes you. And
What?
she, in other
Oh, this
words,
shit.
I'm gonna tell you, these, you talking to the original slow starter, ex my friends. And I've been around shit. Should I even put myself on B Street like that? I've been around over shit, probably about 200 women. But goddamn, yes, I've lived a whore's life, but proud of it. I've lived a life of sex and danger. Don't worry.
Sitting.
But here's the point that I'm making is that a woman who will talk to you, talk, speak to you, speak to her family about you, she likes you. She likes you greatly. And the craziness about it is she she thought that you would help her because she thought the feelings were mutual, but she was not good at actually, what's the word I'm looking for, reciprocity within those feelings. She didn't explain, nor did she have the skills in conversing where she could say that she can openly say that. And that's the bad thing about youth sometimes, is that we have to be trained to speak to one another properly to get our complete thought out.
Mm,
And because one thing that you also notice in your high school years is peer pressure. What would
mm,
everybody think if I dated this guy when that might have been the best suitable mate for them? See, when people talk about mating and dating, all the girls want certain type of guys. And
And she started when I.
Oh,
Let me tell you this. Because I'm a black dude, obviously, because I wouldn't be on here if I'm not. Um,
you just have
uh,
the you just have the California accent with her.
yeah, either that or
They remind me of myself when I speak proper, except y'all don't have the yous and do's and the instead of Baltimore, a lot of them pronounce Baltimore, Baltimore. But
yeah,
go ahead.
that's just your vernacular, and
Yeah.
like because of the area you're from.
Did
But
you go to
yeah,
Did you go to UC Davis?
yeah, I went to UC Davis for summer programs like STEM.
Okay, cool. That's what's
I
up.
got
So you want to go to
yeah,
a research school?
yeah, that's what I want to go like UC Davis or Berkeley. And if I go to Davis, I'll get a last in. So
Okay, so are you in? Do you live in that area? Like,
yeah,
oh, okay, so you cool then, bro. You know, you know, if you somewhere near Sacramento, Oakland, Stockton, or around here, you know, you made a good choice. It's a research school. It teaches you to research all your life. You know, of course, Sac State teaches you to how to be something. You know, and it's good that you go to that school because you could, if you don't make it as an athlete, you could go for sports medicine. You could go for sports broadcasting. What is your what do you want to do? I mean, what is your concentration outside of your GE?
it's business.
Yeah, that's a good one too. But pick something like a minor two to go with that. I have a
I think
bachelor's. I have a
I think my
bachelor's in business
okay.
education, business administration slash education.
Okay. And mine's in I think my minor is in science of some degree, like some like biochemistry or something.
You do you are you do you be on apps a lot? Because you know the app community, we need more black people in that as well.
I need a Charles Faulkner app. God
Especially,
damn it!
I mean, right out here, you know, because we, you know, we both are out here near it all. You know, we
Yeah,
by YouTube, all of it.
Oh yeah.
yeah. That's important to be a part of these communities.
Y'all gonna make me expand my damn channel more. So, ask Charles. You know, it's
Uh,
gonna be like Ask Jeeves, like back in the day. Ask Charles. Wrong
but
way,
that's
You know what
motherfucker.
Charles did with
but that's so important. But these questions are so important to
really?
just to provide the context. Like imagine if like you didn't explain those scenarios to me. I would have been walking around feeling like that because I kind of got that vibe, but I felt like that's crazy. Like that doesn't make sense because
Because you gotta realize
she would
I've done a
always
lot.
try. She
I've done a lot of research when it comes to men and women. And the one fundamental thing you find out is that men and women are complete opposites. And we think differently. We think opposite. We're bizarro. You're Superman, they're bizarro, or vice versa. So in other words, when I'm standoffish and mysterious, women love me. Like just fucking adore me. When I'm more open and fun loving, they're like, oh, you playing too much. What the fuck? Because they think differently. They like something they can't figure out. They're cats. A woman
okay.
is a cat. If you leave a
So
string slightly out their reach, what will a cat do?
try to get it.
If you give them the whole ball of yarn, what will a cat do then?
Nothing.
They'll play with it for a little bit and walk away from it.
Get
That's how women
disinterested.
are. That's how women truly are in their nature.
Um. Okay. So all right. So I get what you were saying that that okay. So she wasn't able to communicate that, and I'll tell you one thing about her because this is let me give you context. This is a white woman. This is not a black woman.
Even
For
more so.
context for everybody. So
Think about it.
basically, the
I want you to
situation.
I want you to think real hard. She's a white girl, and she's probably got her mom and dad, right?
Yeah.
White girl, mom and dad. White girl bragging on a tall black guy to her mom and dad. You must be a hell of a guy in her eyes to even go to her white father bragging on a black guy. And she doesn't even understand when she's talking, because she probably come to you, and you got to forgive me because sometimes some of these concepts of black and white, of being in schools of black and white girls, is odd because my school was like 98% black. Baltimore is like 70% black anyway. So
it's all fundamentally the same for like
yeah,
women.
pretty much. And what happened is that she couldn't express it properly because she thought, like many of us do out in the world, I thought you liked me. Well, I didn't know you liked me. You should have said something. And that's what women do. I'll give you a good example of this shit. I introduced one of my homeboys to this girl. I'm not going to say where because there's people who know people who are listening.
We don't need to just the situation.
And they know each other, so I don't want a bunch of text messages and calls. Who the hell are you talking about? I know who you're talking about. It wouldn't be bad, but it'd be just hilarious for me. But they were kicking it off pretty well till the female became standoffish, and he was wondering why. Like, I thought we were going good, and he even though he's a gentleman, but he was like, if this was just some bitch I'm smashing, I would. And they never were sexual, which to give further context. But he was like, I'm gonna be respectful, and he was like, how you gonna? I thought we were grown. If you wanted to know something, well, I thought you were gonna ask me certain questions. He said, if you wanted to know something about me or what I thought, you should have said something. Well, I was looking for you to give me certain questions. See how men and women think differently?
Yeah.
She wanted him to ask something that she was thinking about. And I told her before, you don't understand men. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Stop asking men to ask you certain questions because men don't think that way. Men don't mind read. The only man that ever mind read that I ever saw was Professor X. Okay? And I didn't see a lot of y'all broads chasing him. So, number one, a lot of women do not come out with their feelings and say what they mean. They always wait for the man to say, I love you. They always wait for the man to always put himself out there because they want to,
and they want you to notice them even if they're walking through the door. Women, you'll know that they do this because they'll look out the side of their eye or put their hair on the side of their face while looking at you to see if you're looking at them.
And what she failed to realize, if she communicated this shit a little bit better, she might have got what she wanted. Not the protection thing, but actually you as a whole. But she's bragging to her family about you, means that she highly thinks of you a lot more than what she's really giving off, because no girl's going to talk to their father about a guy, unless she really thinks something of him.
Yeah, because her father, because we used to go on trips, so, and her father, like, one time, like, actually a couple times, he would just walk up behind me and just start like engaging with me and like asking me like how I am and how things going in my classes and stuff like that. And I just thought that shit was weird as hell.
No, that's what a father's supposed to do.
Yeah.
If my little girl thinks of you, I want to see for myself.
But you are an athlete, so what you need to learn as well, even though this girl like you, you remember you are a black man first. That's very important.
And then good thing that you were a little oblivious, because let's say you did take her sexual advances, right? Give you a perfect scenario. You took her sexual advances, right? You did it.
Yeah.
A couple of times, you quit it. Let's say you were a guy that daddy didn't approve. Let's not think if to be the apple of daddy's eye, that white girl won't yell rape.
Oh yeah, that's always the thing. And I mean, yeah, but that's probably her father was like overprotective of her, and like And this situation is kind of well known because everybody I went to like school with, and even people I don't really know like that were around the area, and like when this happened, they always bring this situation up when I come around, which is
Little teasing
so
because they knew she liked you.
yeah.
And then sometimes your boys you don't realize shit like me. They were like, you knew such and such liked you. No, she didn't. And they had to bring it to my attention. How many girls you know wrestling? Oh yeah.
Charles, you see that all the time out here, man. You see the darkest brother like me and him. We got a white woman or a Latin woman on our arms, but you know, I don't know. I think that's just what's available. But then again, you do still have black women out here.
Yeah, but I just because of the attitude thing, that's what really like deterred me from that. I'm not really interested in that.
That's what a lot of them are. And guess what? Guess who's the number one chicks that's gonna run after you?
And you also got the black girls that date nothing but Latino men and white men.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like that out here. It's crazy. And the mixed people, they go with each other.
It's kind of funny because it's kind of a new phenomenon. Like, I wouldn't know what to do if a white girl legitimately hit on me because it's just like so weird to me. And one, I don't find white girls attractive at all, but it just be weird. Like, I try to turn her down nice.
I don't really either, but like this specific girl, like it's just something. Like it's just always whenever I get in her vicinity, it's just something.
You make her nervous. It's like you make her nervous. In other words, you ever been around a girl that you found so attractive, so fucking attractive, you lose all sensibilities.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, brother, just be careful at what you do. Be mindful. Keep coming in these black manosphere spaces. Addition to travel. You know, we talked about that last week about getting outside of your area. Right now, you can't do that because, you know, we kind of locked down out here.
COVID and all that, yeah.
Yeah, so you got to be careful. But the thing is, research. Look at some of the black HBCU videos where they look at the marching bands and shit, the football teams and all that. They got them all on video right here on YouTube. You know, that way you can, you know, just see what that's about as well. Not saying don't be diverse like out here, but they, you know, for a fact out here they took the black history out of all the high schools and most of the colleges. So when you do go to junior college, whether you go to Sac City,
either slaves or MLK, that's all they talk about. Slaves or MLK.
Yeah. So what you do, take up a diversity class, but take it up by a black brother. Son Johnson is one of them. You could take him online. He's not far away from where we are, which is he's in Fresno, but you can take that class online. I don't know if you I don't know which junior college you're thinking about.
I'm already in junior college. I'm in Consumnes River.
Oh man, you right here, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know, you know Dr. Williams in sociology?
Dr. Williams.
Yeah.
Oh, not yet. Not yet, because I haven't. I think we haven't got on the campus, so I haven't really met the faculty like that.
You need to friend him on Facebook, Dr. Angelo Williams. That brother. Oh my God.
Put him in the chat. Put him in the chat.
Okay, I will. Angelo Williams and Son Johnson. I'm quite sure they like friends. It's one brother that's down at Berkeley who teaches African American studies. He's more Tongan, but I'm not going to lie to you. He's cool when he's in the classrooms, but when he on the street, he's straight up like stray away from black folks. You know that type. So you got to be careful.
Okay. Well, yeah, this has really been really enlightening. And just add a little bit more context to that situation where you were talking about that second situation. After, like, I had that whole situation, because during the time that I was trying to, get those, her pops was like kind of strict, so he was kind of keeping those on lockdown from everybody. But as soon as she started dating, I noticed that she, like, the first cat she was dating was a black dude, and like she just been dating like black.
Were they similar to your build?
He played basketball. I mean, I played basketball. He was over 6 foot. I mean,
You imprinted her.
oh damn.
You imprinted her.
But I feel like
The only thing you didn't do was have sex with her. Oh my God! I just won that fucking overtime game. Fumble. Boom. Touchdown.
But
Anyway.
I imprinted her like mentally, but I didn't. I feel like
You were her mental and physical imprint. There's 3 for women, 2. I think there's what, 2 for men and 3 for women. What you say, I think it's the verbal. I know BGS was here to correct me if I'm wrong. It's the verbal and the mental, the physical, and then it's the sexual. You were her physical imprint because she was dating guys with your height, your build, and blasey, blasey, blasey. So a lot of what you did on her was imprinting.
yeah, because I always used to mess with her and stuff. Like we used to like I just want to give more context because I feel like it's important to like have this understanding, like because
from the sounds of it, it was kind of mutual.
Yeah. I mean,
what do I do for a living? I can tell when people are bullshitting me. I can tell when they telling the truth, bullshitting me.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
in other words, if it went that direction, you wouldn't be mad either.
Yeah, but I always feel like I did something wrong. Like, did I beta?
See, what happened was
I too beta? Was I not alpha enough? Like,
no, I mean, number one, y'all weren't in a relationship, so you didn't have to defend shit.
Sure.
But number two, she was the dumbass who wanted to go kick and fight a bunch of boys. Like I tell women all the time, what if men never have restraint? It wasn't smart on her end, and then she never can communicate what she wanted. A lot of women say, see, in my mind, I'll give you an example of me and she who will not be named. I know BGS isn't here, but shut up, BGS.
Hey, Charles, I want to say this. I'm glad that you are talking to him because I see if he go to Cosumnes, he's probably somewhere up there in Elk Grove, and that's more. He live up there where they got the real big houses.
the richie.
But a lot of athletes come from out of there. Eric from the 49ers, Eric, Armstead. I'm friends. I'm friends with his oldest brother, Armand. Me and him are good friends.
Okay.
Armand played for the Patriots.
Okay. I like Eric. He got to hit that line a little bit harder. He got to first step. He got to improve. But I like Eric because I like that he's always trying to talk about diverse topics when he's talking about like black people and stuff. And he's not just doing like the typical athlete thing. It's just I support this and give me my check. And I'm just go back to playing.
Yeah, he's pretty cool, man. He's real cool, even though he has an Asian wife.
Huh.
Yeah, he good.
Not surprised. I always him I want to be dating these females either.
Like you must be a 49ers fan, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. Well, it's kind of tough this year, but
yeah, me too.
We holding fast. We making it through.
I'm a Baltimorean, so I'm a Ravens fan.
Yeah, y'all good every year, so
it's funny because the Ravens. I started high school in '96, and the Ravens started in '96. So we've been there ever since. And it's funny. One of the few guys. There's only 2 guys who I thought had a stronger handshake than I do. One was Mr. Brown, my wrestling coach, and 2 was Ray Lewis. I took my son to meet Ray a couple of years, about 2-3 years ago. The dude was in such good shape. He looked like he could still play. God, I remember when I met Clinton Porters in DC. This is during my really big partying days. God, DC got some beautiful women. God damn, so did Baltimore back when my early part of the years. But shit, DC got the bitches. Woo! I'm sorry. I might be getting older, but the young man's still alive in me. And it was funny because Clinton had his badass joint, and he was coming to the club. He was still friendly, even though I'm just kind of like I was laughing when he walked past because it was the Battle of the Beltway, the I guess it's not the Redskins anymore, the Washington football team.
Yeah, whatever. They're gonna figure it out. I don't know what they're gonna do with their name, but
I would just call them the Washington Caucasians. Give it back to
oh
the
god,
Redskins. Call them the Caucasians. If they called you the Redskins, call them the Caucasians. No, it's not this more destructive than one, so
what
shit.
the pink skins.
The pink skins. The pale skins. Here comes the Washington pale skins. And it was funny because Ray Lewis tackled him and took the numbers literally off his jersey because he hit him so hard. Yeah, Ray Lewis tackled fucking Clayton Porters and hit him so hard. The stitching was coming undone of his fucking jersey.
Damn.
Like,
He must have just cracked him.
yeah, he cracked him. It was like, God damn. And he was like, hey, what's up, man? I'm just a little sore. And I'm kind of thinking to myself, I see why, nigga.
Yeah, just got their whole existence just crushed.
Yeah, I said, shit.
That's just the one thing about the football field. Like, it's just so humbling. So humbling. You could just be going good one moment and you just get your ass hit from the side, or like just kind of get hit from the blind spot, or just get crushed by the center, and it's over.
It was so funny because it was like, people ask me, how did you get so tough? I said, because when I first joined the wrestling team, I was getting fucked up. That's why. I remember my wrestling coach's son, Poncho. He also had a black belt in Aikido. He's also a famous painter. You've probably seen some of his paintings and never knew it was him. He's very nationally and internationally renowned, globally renowned. And he would just take my wrist and just throw me. One time he hit me with a shoulder throw so hard and so devastating that my body hit the mat so blah. And I could feel it was like,
put a shoulder in your chest.
See, a shoulder throw is when you throw somebody over your shoulder.
Oh, okay.
A hip throw is when you throw somebody over your hip. That means you're high altitude throws if you're doing shoulder throws. And bow, so he was teaching me the hard lesson. Sometimes, you know what the greatest reversal is?
What?
Sometimes never to get in the move in the first place. That's the greatest reversal. So one time he threw me so hard, the capillaries in my mouth burst. So imagine a peanut butter and jelly taste, the iron taste you get when you're bleeding. Imagine bleeding with no open wounds.
Damn. How is that possible?
Because you have pores.
So, you were just bleeding through your pores? Like, what did he do? Like, just aggravate your skin or something?
Yeah, it was just and I'm bleeding through my mouth. And it was like, bow! It's like such a massive impact because your body's made of so much water that when you throw or punch somebody in such a way, it's like, think of your cells disrupting and coming back together. Like, if somebody punches you in the gut and the liver, you just expanded it and made it contract like that fast.
Was it like pushing a tub of water or something? Like how it splashes, how it moves back and comes forward?
Yep. And that's how it basically is. Even though he taught me a very valuable lesson about throws. You could reverse a throw in mid-throw. And I actually caught him with one. He's like, and with the same throw, bam! He's like, now you're learning. So it was funny because you learned a very hard style. Like, there's different styles of wrestling for collegiate and scholastic wrestling. There's at least about 3,000 maneuvers in every position, and you learn I can teach you every move in the book, but I can't teach you toughness. As his motto was,
especially with that wrestling, that shit is hard, bro. That shit is hard.
Oh, it's very hard on your body. And you got to think, you're doing wall push-ups. Imagine having your feet up there and his count was like 1, and you're like down, halfway down, halfway up, halfway down, halfway up, 2. And if he's pissed, he never cursed, but you could tell when he was angry. He never, if he make you do wall push-ups for every syllable or every letter, if he said, "God damn it, these black ass motherfuckers," yeah, you would have to do push it. You would do 10 per letter.
He was kind of stacking them there, right?
Oh, yeah.
Definitely kind of stacking them.
And then you got to remember, the room when I wrestled was about 80 degrees, 85 degrees, and you were hitting those sweats. You couldn't come with shorts. You made weight. And I remember one time I messed up during the Ovalie tournament. This was my second year. I won a championship my first year wrestling. It's an amazing story. But the second year I lost double elimination in the Ovalie tournament. And he came to me and tore me a new ass without cussing at me. He says, "Look, was Cox harder? Was anybody you wrestled harder than that guy?" No. He says, "The person you should be angry at is not me, not anybody on the team, it's yourself.
Damn.
You got caliber. You got talent. You didn't believe in neither." And that's how you light yourself. That's how you light a fire under somebody's ass. Because the guy Dre, just Andre, he and I wrestled against each other years ago. Jesus, we're like old as shit now. He's got to be coming up on 40, and I'm coming up on 39. So we wrestled twice, and we actually wrestled in the championship round one time. Fun times. And here's a little known fact: Dre was like one of them short, cocky motherfuckers, strong as shit. I couldn't pin him for shit, but I could outmaneuver him and beat the hell out of him if necessary. Like he's always in that fight. It was like, imagine a guy who could throw 170 pounds of pure muscle off of what are. It's like, this is a fight, huh? He's just like, yep, good.
Got good cardio too. You probably had good cardio too.
Oh yeah, like when I went to the McDonough tournament, that was the private school tournament. I would usually stop wrestling. Like I would wrestle the summer, and I would take like the end of the summer, like late summer to like roughly mid-September-ish off, because my body has to heal, and doing wrestling 24/7 will break you down like a shotgun. And some was like, okay, keep running. Just do a little bit of running. So my stamina was so complete that I would wrestle matches and not even, like, I was barely sweating. Like, these guys were so out of shape the first part of the season. I was looking at them like I would just walk away. I would just do disrespectful shit, like turn my back away from them, take them down, just put them back down, and they're breathing all hard. And I'm like, "That's it? Come on, what you got?" And I'm like, "Okay, can I practice all my moves on him? It's the championship round." And I'm like, "Okay." He's like, "Just go through your moves. Like, this is the championships, coach. He's not in your league. Just practice your moves." So the endurance factor of wrestling, man. Even the second hardest I would say is boxing.
Yeah, and I used to do that. I used to do boxing too. And that shit used to put me to sleep, like literally every day consistently.
Yeah, like, imagine when I was training for MMA and I had to do 3 rounds of boxing, 3 rounds of grappling and jiu-jitsu, and 3 rounds of wrestling. I was dead to the world. And I was living with one of my exes too, when she wanted sex, and I'm like,
yeah, it's not happening.
Like just blow on it to see if it gets up. I'm just gonna lay here. It's like, goddamn. And it was so funny because I was cutting weight, and I cut too damn much weight. That's why if you ever go to combat sports, always have a person checking your nutrition and your weight.
Yeah, so, nutritionist and personal trainer, so you don't overtrain.
Oh yeah, and I love overtraining. It's like, even when I train people, and when it comes to weightlifting, it's like they always say, "I can't lift this weight." Yes, you can. You know, I said either you can lift it if it's an emergency, or eventually you'll lift it. But you can lift it. Like, I always trick all the wrestlers each year. Y'all gonna do 100
Let me
push,
ask you. Let me
110.
ask you a question.
Mhm.
Do it go by your body weight according to how much you can lift? Because I see some really, really big guys. The truth know what I'm talking about because they have a whole bunch of them here, like the Tongan and Pacific Islander guys.
Yeah. Those mother, bruh, they be they be picking up like 550 on bench, 600 on deadlift, and I'm pretty good on deadlift. Like 450 on deadlift, but them dudes is in a whole different
If you
club. Like,
if you ever
They
if you
top heavy and they heavy down at the bottom.
if you ever want to see some funny shit, I actually one of my first videos I posted of me lifting just on duty in full uniform. Just go down in my archives and you'll see me like 1 week I'm doing like 315 for reps, and the next week I'm doing 405 for reps in full uniform.
reps, okay.
And it's funny.
You do got some
Be,
big arms, so I could tell you be hitting the weights.
yeah, and it was funny because when I was in Iraq, I was part of a tactical team, QRF over there, and we had a Samoan dude named Tank. Tank was about 6'2", 6'3", 280 to 300 pounds, and he can run 2 miles like a fucking float.
Yep.
His brother named Tiny. Tiny was 6'8", 350 pounds.
Now the 350 pounds sound right. I ain't never seen any of them under that.
Not under 300.
Well,
Nah.
take both of your take both of your thumbs together. That was his pinky.
Talking like these dudes just be like, I had a Samoan. Our center was a Samoan cat, and he was just playing with a brother, and he just broke his whole forearm and just bent him back, just playing with him, having fun. So I'm like, man.
I used to lift weights with Tank, and Tank would just wherever I would end on the weights would be his warm up.
Yep.
Jesus Christ, he was strong.
You got the coach coaching the players all around him, watching them. Everybody watching them Samoans and them Tonkins deadlift and bench presses. That shit is just supernatural.
Like it's just funny because now, like I remember when I would do weight training. Like I'm actually. When people say, "Are you a coach?" Yes, I'm actually certified through the state of Maryland, one of the certified coaches. Yes, I could actually do sports training too. I could train people to do. If you want to get stronger, I'm your guy. If you want to get faster, I'm your guy. Stamina too. It was funny, just for shits and giggles. And the athletic director, he was also the basketball coach. Conflict of interest, yes, but I mean, the man won multiple state champions. And he actually sent a couple of guys to the pros. So hey, if it ain't broken, and if it ain't broken, fix it. But he always trusted me to watch over his guys. His basketball team. If the football team was smart, I could actually get them. But some coaches have their pride. I could actually make them stronger because I would show them how to properly lift weight.
Yeah, that's stupid because the football all they do in football is just have you lift the heaviest stuff and just try to rep it, and then I think it gets you stronger, but it doesn't. It just makes you tired and gets you more injury prone.
It makes you tired. You take 65 to 70% of your max. You rep that, and then if you really want to get super strong, I mean like fucking unbelievably strong, I'll take 65 of your max or 70% of your max. We'll do 4 sets. You do 10 to 15 push-ups, explosive as fast as you can. Correct push-ups. Boom, boom, boom. Imagine that. Then, guess what? We do circuits. We do about 3 circuits around the weight room. Curling. And then you explode, curl. You explode, curl. Where you got the arm strength. Then, after your biceps, boom, skull crushers. Bam, bam, bam. And just do the circuits. Then in between the sets, you'll sprint the hallway. You had this long hallway at the old school. You would go up the steps, go up the top of steps, to sprint down, to sprint back, and then you rest. Walk and rest. So it's funny. I've been doing this shit for years, and people who took it, they actually became super strong. And they were like, "Coach, how much could you chest press off of this?" And you had the Nautilus thing. I think I'll do I'll put some of the videos up one day, and it's like even in my room now, I have like 60-pound dumbbells I curl. Like, I think I might break. I think I might get some 80s though. I can still curl 80s. I think. I want to be that. I want to be that insane old guy who's still strong. Go ahead.
You could if you take testosterone replacement therapy.
You think I'm
At
not when I
TRT.
will? You think I'm not when I will?
You should. Dudes be looking good on that juice. I'm not lying.
Yeah. Hey, you know, shit. Two things guys want to know. They older, they got the experience enough to know what they're doing, and still young enough to do it.
Yeah.
You wonder why them young girls be chasing them old guys, not just the money.
Yeah. Speaking of young girls, well, girls in general, because why do they start off like you could see a girl? Let's say you just see a girl every day at the same place, just walking by her. Why does she initially like? For me, like, let me just say me. Just I'm not gonna say men. For me, I would say like I've had girls that I feel like some good energy was like being expressed, like they like me or something. Like, because I've always had like girls staring at me. They like me, but I never ended up approaching these women. And like now, it's like they kind of look at me like they're kind of mad or something.
Are these black girls?
Yeah.
Because that's the mating,
this
that's the mating ritual, kid.
You know what though? The black girls, man, that are
the
out.
mating ritual.
That's the
The
mating
black
ritual.
girls out here, they look like they want to beat you up. They look mad.
What's up, Sir Ingram?
Hey, Officer Faulkner, gentlemen.
Woo, the style of it profiler. Say, do me a favor. I want you to when he goes for draft day, you gotta design his suit and his shirt and his tie for him.
Who, me?
Yeah, when he goes up for the draft, you gotta design. And it's funny because I meant to give you guys the style. We'll do part of it tonight, but yesterday I was so dog ass tired. Well, to answer your question, one, black girls tend to be more aggressive. It's cultural. Because they have more testosterone than any other woman on the planet. And it's cultural for black women to be more aggressive. So the mating difference is if they like you, they hit you or they do something mean to you. So, for example, me and she, who will not be named, she would just do funny shit like, and yes, she was an officer. I'm not going to say the name because I have officers listed and they'll be like, uh-huh. But if they know the history, they already know. So she'll do things like slap my ass or something like really, really hard. I mean, like some Ric Flair chops to the ass. Like, ow. So because her Cleon ass, I would just do funny shit like I would take my two fingers and jab her right in the damn side of her stomach. Like, ow. See, it's not too funny, is it? It's just a mating ritual. They always look mean, but the meaner they look, the more they like you. Especially if you're hanging around a girl. If they think you got a girl that likes you even more, they really hate your guts. They like you a lot because that's just cultural things that we do. You ever had a girl hit you, but she runs away smiling?
All the time, have.
That's just black culture, man.
Wants you to run after her.
You're just a new generation of it. You're just a new generation of it. That's all. Because when I was younger, why the fuck she keep hitting me? Until my dad laughed at me. That just makes you like you, boy. She could have just said it. They never say it, son.
Yeah, exactly.
So you just to deal with the slapping on the ass, like you just said, just a poke. That's.
Well, that wasn't the only thing I poked, but still.
Yeah.
Okay. In due time, in due season.
I'm gonna put it to you this way. She was 150 pounds, and she could bench press 260.
Really?
You know, your team might be trying to hire her for like god damn, can you be running back? So imagine a guy like myself who she was normally the strong chick or the athletic chick. She ran track and all that other shit. She's into powerlifting now. Imagine a guy who's not even in your competition. Like most guys, there's a lot of guys. The average male in America weighs 190 pounds, 194.5 pounds to be exact. So imagine, guess how much the average guy can bench press in America?
350.
Not even close.
400.
Not even close.
Damn.
The average
like
guy in
200?
America. The average guy in America can only bench press 135 pounds.
That's sad.
That's just average. So imagine a guy who, if she could do 150 and she's used to looking at guys struggle with shit that she can't even, that's less than what her max is. And we're in the gym, right? And I got 4 plates on the bar. I get it off the bar, get it up, let it lay on my chest for 20 seconds. And she's like, you know, I can't deadlift this. And there's another guy looking like, oh my God. I'm like, just kidding. It's a turn on to her because it's like, wait a minute. It's like, you ever seen the episode of Luke Cage when he's messing around? No, it's the episode of Jessica Jones. And he's messing around with she's messing around with Luke Cage in the bedroom because he's scared that he might hurt her because he's super strong and super durable, but she's super strong as well and durable, so she can take it. So that being said, imagine in her mind, wait a minute, he's tough and he's stronger than me. I'm in love. But she's going to show it a different way compared to white girls. They're going to leave like little love letters or do little nice things for you. In the black community, it's a total different thing. What do you think, fellas?
Wow. I have to agree. Hey, Officer Sharp, Faulkner, if I can say something, I know I'm coming in late and everything.
You got the floor, sir.
I was referring to I'll refer to back to when you were talking about how white girls show young white girls show the expression of likeness for black boys and young black men. I remember when I was a Marine security guard, and I remember one of my instructors in MSG school in Quantico saying that Marine security guard duty takes you as far away from the regular Fleet Marine Force Marine tradition as possible, yet you must remain in it because you are part of it. Now, I remember when I was serving in Kuwait, okay, this was in August I served in Kuwait August of 88 till December of 89. And as a Marine security guard there, what I noticed was this, okay? We had a tight community there because in Kuwait, of course, the facade is, you know, there aren't movie theaters there, you know, there aren't strip clubs, there aren't any of this type of stuff because Kuwait is the majority, it's a Muslim country, okay? When I saw this, it amazed me, okay? But the point I want to get to is this, okay? Because our community was so tight, the diplomats, you know, and the parents of the children, right? We talk with them all the time, okay? In official capacity and non-official capacity, when we have parties, celebrations, or whatever the case may be. But what I noticed was this: it's a danger zone for young Marines, being a Marine security guard, because you're around diplomats' daughters. You hear what I'm saying? And most of these daughters are in the age range of like 15 to 18. Now imagine what it's like being a young spry 25-year-old Marine. I'm a corporal, okay? It's my first post on MSG duty, right? And you got these 15, 16-year-old girls who are flirting with you. Some openly so with winks. Like you said before, some of them will stand right up in front of you and whatnot. They got usually they had the one-piece bathing suits. Some of the older girls, early high school girls, they had the bikinis on and whatnot at the pool, right? And they're smiling, they're winking at you because I don't care what women say, women love a man in your uniform. They do. This is fact.
It's their weakness.
Yeah. And when they know that that man in uniform is going to protect their lives, their families' lives, their mothers and fathers' lives, the ambassador, this guy was a fucking academician. He was a genius. This was like he had like a PhD and did postdoctoral studies and shit. You know what I'm saying? But he was a down to earth ambassador, though. He knew the situation there. He knew the community had to be tight. He knew the diplomats as well as the Marines, and the Marines had to stay tight. Why? Because while the ambassador, yeah, he's in charge of the show, but also he's a mini commander in chief of the armed forces there, and that's the Marine Security Guard detachment. Okay, and he knows what our duty is, just as well as we know what our duty is. But as I say, these it's a blessing and a curse to be a Marine security guard because you got to watch yourself around these young girls. You got to realize, and I had to realize that, hey, Eric, you're a 25-year-old man, period, whether you wear that uniform or not. And you know that if you were at home, okay, in the US of A, you are not flirting. You're in no way accommodating the flirtation of 15, 16, 17-year-old girls. You don't do that shit. And younger guys who are Marine security guards, of course, yeah, they're going to fall into it, you know. But I just wanted to say that, that type of thing, don't white girls, they don't care what color you are when you're in that uniform and you stand in post because they know what your duty is because their parents tell them about it. They learn about it young and they see you in that uniform, you fit and you in shape. They see you after you run PT and sweat's running down your body because you ain't thinking about who's around. Okay, you're taking that soaking wet T-shirt off your body to give you to give your skin some air, And them little girls, man, they're around watching. You go to the pool to swim, they watching. You're checking you up and down.
Oh yeah.
You know.
You imprinting the fuck out of those little girls.
Yeah,
You're not even noticing.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that my little 2 cents on that because I heard you when you were talking about that.
Oh yeah, it's one thing I've learned through studies and also listening to guys like BGS and others. When you learn about this shit about imprint and you learn about cultural, like a lot of people don't think I be studying. I might not have finished my damn degree, but god damn it, I can hold my own with the best of them. And I just observe and I study. I do little field tests. It was so funny because a lot of people at my job used to think I was fat because I wore the vest all the time. But summertime, you're hot as shit. You take off your shit. And I never noticed this. One of the majors, we're a paramilitary organization. So instead of the captain being in charge of the district, it's a major. Right. One of the female majors we had saw me in my regular clothes because I was like, look, I'm not going to stay too much longer. I'll come back here and finish up what I need to finish tomorrow. She saw me in regular clothes, V-neck shirt. Just got finished working out, or showered, So of course, you know, when you work out, you got that pump.
Yeah.
And it's like she's like staring at me like meat. Like, and this is my fuck. And this is rank wise. Let me put it to you how far up the chain of command she is. I'm an officer. She outranks my sergeant. She outranks my lieutenant. She outranks the captain. She's there. She's vastly outranked. She's the district commander. And she's looking at me like a piece of fucking meat. Where I don't know if she knew it, but her mouth was open and her eye. Remember what I told you about the eyes, right?
Yeah.
Her eyes looked the same way. Like imagine as big as my arms normally look. I was working out like an hour before coming to the district. So she's like, "Wow, do you work out?" A little bit. And just walked off because you know she was like befuddled. And the guys were laughing because the major was built like imagine Bria Miles, but 10 or 15 years older. And she was built like that. I mean, ass like an air conditioner sticking out the window. Like, Jesus Christ. And usually everybody's jaw dropping at her, and she's doing it for me. And she was like, "Wow." And everybody was like, "Wow."
Did you imprint her, or did you trigger her imprint?
I wouldn't say I imprinted her. I would say I triggered her arousal. Because, you know, when you, at your age, imprinting's going on a lot. Like, that's when your age and a little bit younger, that's when imprinting goes a lot. That's why we tell a lot of young girls, don't go out there, you know, what feminism is telling them, go have this sexual exploration. And they getting imprinted by a guy who they're not marrying, and he turns them out. Now she's got to marry this guy who may not be as sexual fulfilling. So what is she going to do when she marries this guy who's taking care of her? She has 2 kids, but she's going to look for that imprint guy again. That's why it's always important to get the whole facts. You know, like the car facts, you get the whole facts.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing about it is the law of human biological nature is what it is. The point is, though, is that we have to use self-control.
Yeah.
And if you don't do that, I'm sorry, but you fall below the laws of nature.
And then you got to remember that imprint is very primal. Very primal. A lot of people cannot control that. And it's funny because people think, oh, the imprint isn't real. Bullshit. That's why you got to be careful, because we tell the younger,
Can women imprint men?
Oh, hell yeah. Why do you think Instagram models? If you think about it. You got Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Instagram?
Yeah.
Facebook?
Yeah, but I'm not on there like that.
Yeah, what's the challenge they're doing on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter right now? The Busted Challenge?
Yeah, that one probably. I don't know. I don't keep up with all that shit.
But guess what? I looked at that shit for 20 straight minutes. I was like, oh my God. I was like, so this is how y'all look again. So guess what? It was funny because I was talking to a couple of female friends of mine. I was like, this Busted Challenge is so interesting. There's a little hoe in all of us. And I'm just looking at it. They're all doing the same thing because what? The same dance because what? That's the imprint they're doing on men. If you see a woman gyrating ass, even gay men are looking. I normally like men, but that's a nice ass. I might want to try to hit that. Yep. I've actually heard it. So it's funny because the imprint is shorter because men are super visual. So a lot of times the imprint is a shorter path for us than it is for women. Whereas though for women, if you look the part, you sound the part, and or smell the part. That's why we were supposed to do the men's style and fashion for the younger brothers.
But can we truly imprint somebody if they're already drawn to the characteristics we already have? Like the girl, like you say, I imprinted her, but she already liked me before then. So
you imprinted her previously. You looked the part that she liked. That's the point. In other words, whatever you got, she wanted it. And when she heard about you doing what you did, you fulfilled almost her whole imprint of pretty much. I would put it to you this way, and correct me if I'm wrong. Nino and well, he's not up here anymore. Ingram and AL or whoever wanted him. The way you describe how she was looking at you, and she heard how you stood up to the racist guy and checked him. And that weight room, number one, how many women come into that weight room?
2.
Probably hardly none.
You could have had your way with her if you weren't such an upstanding guy. Meaning the complete opposite of me at 20. But I was upstanding, but very respectful to fathers. So what do you plan on doing with my daughter? And I'm like, I hated being asked that question because one time I actually did bust out laughing. I'm like, what do I plan on? I plan on bending it over the kitchen table when y'all leave to go to the movie with your wife. Like I'm really gonna say that to you. I said, let me think of the best lie. Like I gotta lie like a champ with this. And it's funny because he's laughing too because he's probably thinking, nigga.
Because he know you lying. Whatever you say to him is a lie. He know it.
But you know what though? I was really cool with my ex-wife's father, and she didn't like that shit. She didn't like that we got along very well.
And you probably still keep in contact with him if he's still alive. And the crazy, she didn't like that because she was probably jealous of your relationship. And the fact that when she got mad with you, that he would more likely side with you than her. But when it comes to imprinting, I'm gonna put it to you this way: if a chick wants you, it's almost no way to fuck it up. You're talking to a guy. At my old house, I used to have like the collectible action figures still in the plastic hanging on my wall and on my dresser. And I would be like, chicks probably think this some corny shit right here. But you know what happened?
What?
They were more impressed. They were like, oh my goodness, this is so different and so cool. And they still jumping on top of you and all this other shit. Loving you, and guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna buy because a chick wants to be on your program and she wants to be with you. She's going to stores looking for rare fucking comic book paraphernalia just to please you.
And you know what, man? That's cool. That's pretty cool. You know, I'm still a big kid myself. Like I told you, you know, you got to be able to be on my program too. So I feel you on that.
Oh yeah, and that's the one thing I would give a lot of young brothers like yourself. Don't you give no dick away for free. Don't you give no dick away for free. Like, chick, you better cook or something.
I had a couple times where I almost got close. Where there's this one situation where back at the summer programs that I was mentioning before that I went to, I was trying to get with this, like, talk to this black chick because I don't know. I don't really know. I didn't pay too much. Somebody in the.
I think Al Evans need to mute his mic.
Yeah, somebody. Let me get back to where I was saying. Oh yeah, I don't really think that she like. Hold on, I never really paid that much attention to her when we were at the programs initially. So it was kind of odd when she wanted me to come up to her room and then like talk to her for some random reason. I thought that was weird because she had a roommate come down to my door and she knocked on my door and they were kind of pestering me the whole day. It was kind of annoying because I was trying to take a nap and I had to get up off of my bed and open the door. And so I went up into the room and like she kicked the her roommate out because, and the weird thing about it, like the whole way
Come
up
on,
the stairs.
fellas, all together, fellas. 1, 2, 3.
Look, the whole thing, like her coming up the stairs with when I was coming upstairs with the roommate, she was saying that the girl liked me or whatever, but I was like, man, I
on 3, fellas. On 3, fellas.
I didn't
1,
see
2,
it.
3.
I didn't see it. Like, no, because I was not paying her no attention. Like, she was like at all. Like, she was fleeting. Like, because she was in a whole grade younger than me, so I wasn't even worried about that.
What was she wearing?
I mean, she used to wear like booty shorts and sweatpants and shit like that. You know.
I mean,
I think she was wearing sweatpants.
I mean, like I mean, you like this.
We can tell you. Hold on. You know, we can tell you're smiling, right?
Truth. Yeah, Truth. Give me your hand. Truth. Give me your hand. Let me walk you through this, okay? Give me your hand. Let me walk you through this. Come on, take your steps, baby steps, man. Cause you starting to sound like a valley girl. You're like this, like that. I mean, what I'm saying. What the fuck?
He was.
It's like my first time out loud.
You gotta realize something. This is how older men tease you.
Yeah.
Sometimes reality hits you like this. You ready?
Oh, by the way, that's Charles. No. Hang on. Wait. See that? After you took that. Wait. Go back to the previous one, clip. Previous clip. Wait. No. Wait. Hold on. Charles, show the other clip. No, the one before that.
That's a fumble too. That's a fumble.
Yeah, this one. Ooh, you see that?
Damn.
You know what that? Wait, pause. Right there. Pause right there. Truth. Hold on a second.
Dang.
Pause right there, Charles. When he took the foul, you remember Ed Reed just hold on. When he took when Lewis took out that dude and Ed Reed ran that way. Now remember, they're both alumnus from the U, University of Miami. You know what that means, right? I am my brother's keeper. Keeper. Get away from my brother. Ed Reed.
Jesus Christ. Boom. Fumble. God damn. I think he took the Jesus Christ.
Charles. When you get your ankle right, opened up. Yeah, hold on, Charles. When you get your ankle right, promise me you're gonna put out a clip of you doing the Ray Lewis dance, all right?
Sure.
You gotta do the Raven dance.
But you know what, though?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
but you know what, though? I'm gonna tell you what, though. Ray Lewis will knock you on your ass hard.
Oh yeah.
Put you damn near comatose, right? But that brother Ed Reed, that brother would light you up.
Yeah, but his early years, he would just light your ass up.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I gotta hear the rest of this goddamn story.
All right, so the rest of the story is, so I went up there, and she was just telling me about like her life and like her like telling me about like how her pops was like, or like her stepdad was like abusive and shit and all this, and she was like smiling during this whole like thing. And but
did she have the eyes? Did she have the eyes?
Yeah, she did. Because I was trying to play it cool, like I don't know. I was trying to be the man, like, and I felt like I was kind of, I don't know. I just felt like I just thought it was just hella weird. It was hella weird in that moment. She's like telling me all this shit, like about like her pops and her life and shit. It was hella
because
weird.
she was trying to get you to hold her and console her.
So she just wanted like grip, basically.
Wait, how old are you, Truth?
19.
Oh, Charles. I'm sorry. I gotta play Muddy Waters. He's 19 years old. You know. Oh, he's 19 years old.
Yeah.
She got weight on like a baby child. In fact, I was listening to Muddy Waters. You know, she's 19 years old. You know.
Oof, Lord. It's funny because I'm just thinking to myself, oh man, when I was 19, I had so many questions. It's funny because my physics teacher one time told me, he says, he's like, I just turned 60. The only difference between 18 and 60, you're just older with the same dirty thoughts.
Indeed.
Charles, your thoughts get dirtier as you get older.
A whole encyclopedia of dirty thoughts.
And then, God forbid, you still in good shape, man.
Yep. All right.
I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
I just want to get through the story right quick. I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna get to this ending quickly. So yeah, basically I was chopping it up with her and stuff, and I felt the energy was good. Okay, so what happened later is I went back.
Put your mouth to the mic.
Huh? Oh, okay.
We can't hear
you. Sound muffled.
Can you hear me better?
No, not really.
You sound a little muffled.
I'll pick it up, bring it closer. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. Sound like you're wearing the mask. You can't pass COVID online, son. You don't need to wear the mask when you're talking online.
My bad, because I got my phone.
I've seen some girls on POF so ugly. Talk to them on the phone, they had to wear a Halloween mask. God damn.
Oh, you got your phone charging, huh?
Yeah, it's charging right now. My battery's getting low, but I just get through this right quick, and I'm gonna hop off. But I just got these questions that just been like bothering me about these situations. So all right, so this is what happened next. What happens next, and this is some weird shit. All right, so I go back to the room, and then I took a nap for like 3 hours, and then they come knock on my door again, but it's like late. It's like late, and how it's set up is the girls is on the top floor and the boys is on the second floor, and they got that shit separated. That shit locked down. Your ass is supposed to be in your room at 10. That's the whole program.
Sound like Upward Bound when I was there.
Wait, is this a co-ed? Is this a co-ed? This is a co-ed dorm.
It's a co-ed dorm, but it's separated. You know.
Is it like you go? Is it like a program
separate
where you go
floors,
to when you were in high school? When you're in high school.
Program, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I was in Upward Bound at Morgan.
Yeah, me too.
Except they
like Upward Bound. I don't. It was like another one was like Cosmos or some shit. I think. Or Cosmos.
Yeah, because we were in the dorms, and the dorms were on the other side of the bridge of Morgan from the girls. I wish we were upstairs and downstairs, man.
Yeah, but
you couldn't do that to us. We would have climbed that shit like Spider-Man.
In Davis and Stanford, we were. So, yeah. So basically, what happens? Back to the story. Basically, what happens is, she sends the friend down again.
Wait, hold on a second.
Having to do all this because she.
Was it? Were you at UC Davis?
Yeah, I was at UC Davis.
Oh, okay. UC Davis, Stanford. Okay, that was because I wanted to.
He out this way by
Davis. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So yeah. So they call me. She calls me up to her room, and we was playing like Truth or Dare or some shit. And I was like, I didn't normally do that. Normally, I would just be like sleep or like on my phone or something. I'm not really the type to like play these games with females and shit because I don't know. Like, I just ain't never really been interested in that shit, to be honest. But yeah, I decided to just this one time just play along. So I went up there, and I don't know. We was up there, and she was just asking me questions and shit, like certain questions, like did I have like a girlfriend, and like shit about relationships, because it was like 3 other people in there besides myself and her. But and then what happens is, and it's about to spiral. All right, so what happens is we have it's either Truth or Dare, and I think she dared me to like kiss her. So I did that. You know what I'm saying? I did that, and it was cool. The energy was cool, and like I felt like the vibe was. I felt like I had got to something, like. But like the next day, like after this, because like I slid back at like 12, went to sleep, and the next day, like she was on some like something like some weird shit, like she was talking to somebody else, like, and like the energy had changed. It was just hella weird. And
What do you mean?
and
How so?
I really thought it was odd because I wasn't really like invested into her before that whole thing had happened, and I guess she had like kind of piqued my interest a little bit because I wanted to like see what's to that. But like from your perspective, like what do you think happened?
Well,
Hold on, Truth. Let me ask you something. Is she black or white?
Black.
How tall are we talking?
She was pretty tall. She is, because at the time I was like 6'1", or like 6'2".
How old is she? How tall is she? How tall
Like
was she?
5'10", 5'9".
Short hair, dark hair?
Huh?
Short hair or long hair?
Relatively short hair.
Mm-hmm.
Relatively
Thick girl
short
or
hair.
skinny?
Thick girl.
Thick girl. Okay.
Kind of like I don't know, like kind of like, I wouldn't want to say Megan Thee Stallion because that's not like that, but like a extremely watered down version of that, basically.
Let me put it to you this way.
I want to get the gist.
Do you want me to explain it like Officer Faulkner or go niggerish like Charles?
Go Charles. Go.
It don't matter to me. You could mix them. I don't care. I'm just trying to get the truth.
Okay, I'm gonna go. Mr. Ingram said go. Sir Ingram said go. Charles.
Yeah.
She was looking for the here and now. She was looking for the here and now.
Yeah.
She
What do you
kicked
mean
the
the here
shit.
and now?
She wanted dick, not today, but yesterday.
She wanted the yesterday, but now she just mad 'cause she couldn't get it.
And she was like,
so
that's why she was mad, because she wanted the dick. And think about it. If she kicked out her roommate from her room when the roommate still had a right to still be there, but she made the roommate come get you. And I know you niggas had cell phones.
We did, because I was I think like late nights and shit. I used to like DM her and shit. Like we used to be like flirting and shit.
And that one night you didn't answer is when she sent for you.
Huh?
I said that one night that you didn't answer, she sent for you through a roommate.
How hard is it to get another woman to speak to you?
It's pretty damn hard, especially when it's not invested in me at all.
Especially when it doesn't benefit her roommate.
Yeah.
What happened was her hormones were jumping like a disco, as Missy Elliott said. She was looking, and you were looking mighty good. You look good any other day, but god damn it, something about you that day. Remember that story I told you about the two girls? They were plotting.
Yeah.
And you're lucky they were still young, because if they were a little bit older like those other girls.
She was like 15, 16. She's old enough.
No, I meant like for you in your age bracket. So imagine the other girls, we were like around in our 20s, in our late 20s. So 10 years more of experience. You never know what a lot of these girls experienced. But right then and there, she put it to you this way. She was given an open invitation to touch and do whatever you want. And that's basically what it was. Maybe I should start a hotline on this shit.
So basically what happened was I baited out of the situation. Is that what happened?
It's kind of, I'll put it to you this way. In Baltimore, we call it bluffing. So you kind of bluffed her out.
You said what?
In Baltimore, we call it bluffing. So in other words, like, you kind of bluffed.
How did I bluff her? I'm
she
confused.
Wanted you to go forward, but she wanted you. In other words, women have this strange thing about them. it's like they're passive aggressive. They will give you the signs like truth and dare, but they want to see how far are you willing to take that dare. And she was giving you all signals to go further than just a kiss. Am I right, fellas, or what do you think?
Yeah, and I think that fucking after that night, like hella niggas wanted to come up there, bruh. They wanted to come into the truth, the up into the room to do truth and dare at the ladies, and they wanted to bring more chicks in there. And I think
because they heard because people talk. and it's funny because the reason why I can talk about all this information is because I used to be about so oblivious that I would just walk outside and be like, "Oh, the sun is out." When it came to females, till you start like, "Why is she on me like this?" Oh, she didn't want a relationship. She just needed dick for the night. Okay. Why did she say that? Oh, she's not gonna say that because she doesn't want to sound. She doesn't want to come off like a hoe. Even though she might be a hoe, but she wants to be a high class hoe. Women do weird shit like this. Like there's some women.
Deniability, son.
I was drunk.
No.
Like it was one coworker who came over one night at the party. She was drunk and horny.
Oh shit.
You know what though? The whole point was you snubbed her and she didn't like that. You snubbed her out.
Down. And it hurt her. It hurt her ego.
It hurt her ego. The ego.
Women have bigger egos. I don't care what anybody says. I know women have bigger egos. Prime example. You take a bulldog lesbian and a completely effeminate twink gay dude. Who do you think has the bigger ego?
That lesbian.
Damn right, because she's a female. She's a female. Women have bigger egos than men. Yeah. I remember there was like, what's his name?
She try harder. Whether she a lesbian or a regular female, they try extra hard to get that attention.
I'm gonna tell you one thing about lesbians, and this is for anybody listening. When you confident in your masculinity and you look right and tight, them bulldog lesbians get awfully feminine around you. Ask me how I know.
I'm sure you've had your experiences.
Yeah, they get straight real quick.
If they like what they see, they get straight real. What you doing after work? If you got dinner.
But you know what though? They say they always go back to their normal state. Even a woman that has turned herself into a trans man, she get the feelings of wanting to be back with a man after the whole transformation of looking like a man. So that goes to show you that no matter what they do, they still a woman.
Yep.
Actually, that's a sexual preference thing. Because remember, gender identity and sexual preference are kind of like they intertwine, but they're not one and the same thing.
Well, but with her taking testosterone, it makes her feel like a man. But it
boosts the sex drive. It boosts the sex drive.
Well, that's true. That's true too. But the whole thing of going through with trying to be a man and look like a man, and knowing that most of the women won't accept her that way, because most lesbians today they want feminine women. They all want to be feminine together. However, when you find one that looks like a man, that wants to be a man, act like a man, she's often left out. So what they would do, they'll probably date her, get tired of her, and then she can't find a woman. She'll go back to fucking with men. Even after doing all of that, changing her body over to a man.
And then you gotta think about it.
I've been with a few chicks who were bi and whatnot, and whenever they were around me, they wanted to feel feminine. They wanted to feel feminine.
You were their release. You were their feminine release. Like I've had
And the thing is,
girls
for me,
who
is I'm an empath, so I'm not like high uber masculine like that. I'm just a very calm, relaxed person. I mean, you can hear it from my voice.
goddamn slick back hair motherfuckers.
You know what, man? It ain't nothing wrong with that, because you know, men like you get more pussy than anybody.
I'm very understanding, but there are times where, like, there have been times where I've had to turn down. I've had to turn shit down under certain circumstances. I mean, that's why. Y'all remember a group called Mint Condition?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You remember the song "What Kind of Man Would I Be"?
Yes, sir. Song it all the time.
That's you know, somebody told me, I realized this, and this is how fucked up I am in my thinking, but it makes sense like a motherfucker. The flip side to that song is R. Kelly, down low, nobody has to know when you think about it.
And then there's another third side to that song. I'll see you next lifetime. Erica Badu.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And see, sometimes
Nino,
sometimes
I
people
like that.
don't
I like that.
realize. Sometimes people don't realize that next lifetime does not mean your life expectancy is over. Your next lifetime can also be the new stage.
I like that. Yeah, you're right.
Because the women I couldn't get in my teenage life, I gotten in my adult life, in my prime life. So it's when I look at next lifetime. By the way, I bought my mother that for her birthday. I bought her that disc. Actually, cassette. Damn, I'm old. But it's
sure it was
funny.
an 8-track?
No, I'm not that old.
Hey, well, wait a minute.
I'm not that old. I grew up around 8-tracks. I remember my dad had some 8-tracks when I was young.
Wait a minute, Charles. If you're 39, you had to have seen an 8-track, even if it was in the 80s. They kind of went completely out in the mid 80s.
Yeah.
You hush your mouth, Sir Ingram.
Hey, listen, y'all better stop knocking the 8-tracks, because my uncle had 8 tracks. You hear what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, we got some 8-track.
Check
We
it
got
out.
some 8-track flashbacks.
I'm joking. I'm joking with you, brother. I'm not taking the
We got the 8-track flashbacks, man.
Yeah,
see, it's funny. I've seen a lot of them because I've been to all the music stores. It's funny because when I looked at Next Lifetime and I saw the video and I listened to it, I think it's one of her most beautiful songs. I've also came to the conclusion it doesn't mean your lifetime has expired here in the physical plane. See, we live many lifetimes while we're still here on Earth. And a lot of times when you grow as a man, even Jesus Christ said, some of the things I have as a child, I had to put them away.
Exactly.
And if you ever want to hear about manhood, it's Outlaw Star, and it's one of the intros, one of the little experts, where it talks about a boy has a right to dream. And I've always said this about anime. They can have some of the most simplistic but deepest shit you will ever hear that will make you think. Like, I had to go take a drink after thinking about that shit. When they said a boy has a right to dream, and those endless dreams are stretched out before him. And he said, and at the end of it, it said, a boy has a right to dream because there's endless possibility stretched out before him. But we must also remember this one thing. All men were once boys. I was like, yo. So that means every guy we seen in the Black community was one time a beautiful dreamer.
Yeah, indeed.
An innocent little boy, too.
Can somebody bring that up real quick? If somebody's on a computer and look for that shit, because I want to bring up that Outlaw Star so y'all can hear that shit. It's Outlaw Star, boy has a right to drink. Because
truth. Hold on a second.
You hear that shit, it's beautiful, it's poetic. In some parts, it's sad. One part is sad because when a boy finally becomes a man, he must bid his boyhood farewell.
I wish that I could have completely really gotten deeper into my catalog of comics, because I see that you use a lot of comics as examples, and a lot of younger guys are listening to you through that. That's a gift you have. Now, my becoming of manhood is when I read the whole story on Giovanni Boccaccio, the Decameron. It was a love story, and that shit had me thinking like for a whole week.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the story?
Oh no, please enlighten me.
Giovanni Boccaccio, he wrote a book called The Decameron, and it is based on him being it's 14th century shit, you know. I don't even see how I was able to understand it. Just read up on it, you know. You'll see it's long to really go into, but The Decameron, that's the name of it, by Giovanni Boccaccio.
Nice. It's funny because sometimes you, as a man, we come across stories or segments in our lives or people, and we just wonder.
Yeah.
And we just analyze, and sometimes, you know, it's like how I think of a Frankie Beverly song. I said two things I noticed about Frankie Beverly and Maze Reach from Frankie Beverly, but one, you'll never hear a bad Maze song. There's no such thing that in existence is called that.
Nope.
You will have some that you like more than others, but there's no such thing as a bad Maze song. And two, no matter what state or what emotional state you're in, there's a song for you. Just like Earth, Wind, and Fire. You ever heard a bad Earth, Wind, and Fire song?
Oh yeah, plenty of them.
Like, think about it. But there's always an emotional state for you. Think about it. Certain songs you should never play when you break up. Don't play While I'm Alone by Maze. Don't play After the Love Is Gone by Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Right.
And you sure as shit do not play this song when you break up with a chick. I swear to God, you will cry like a little bitch. It's I Try by Angela Bofield.
You know what? You mentioned that was the last time. I like the other one where she went over the moon and under the stars. You know that song? Man, that motherfucker just sent me there all the time. That one, also Phyllis Hyman, Meet Me on the Moon, and all of Phoebe Snow songs, if you know who she is.
Here's a song. Here's a song also we I'm sorry, if I may.
Go ahead.
One song I can think of is what was that song by Guy? Bye Baby song, or I'm Saying Goodbye?
Yeah, that was a 1990s hit.
I'm saying bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I remember when Nas did the song called Bye Baby based on that sample. Yeah, he had Aaron Hall in the video. Oh man.
Well, you know what's an older, rougher rendition of that?
What
is BB King? The Thrill Is Gone.
The thrill is gone. The thrill is
gone away.
I was like, shit, there's certain songs I cannot play. And I'd be like,
I like She's Out of My Life by Michael.
Oh man, that right there was the one that I used to just sit and look at my brother slow dance with his girlfriend and all his friends. I was a young boy just watching them, wishing I could be them.
Yeah.
It's funny because I'm actually happy that a young brother like Truth appreciates the programming. You know, I never believe it or not.
Programming.
We're gonna dedicate Let's Wait a While for him.
Okay.
Janet Jackson, Let's Wait a While. Because that's where he is right now.
I like that song. I like that song. I like that. But, Truth, I want to say something. Truth.
Yeah.
Your avatar. What is that exactly?
It's a hand holding a red pill, reaching out.
Oh, because I thought it was like one of those imprinted chips that put in people's hands.
I thought it was black pill.
I mean,
it's a black pill. It's a black pill, not red pill.
You know what? We started off on black pill, so that's why I didn't question it.
It's
I
funny
know because
because
the reason I mentioned that is because like over in Sweden, you know that what was a few years back they started putting these like imprinted chips in people's hands, like you like some like demolition man type shit.
oh yeah, just like control people or something.
No, it's just they use it for access to certain things like instead of especially
Like,
like for subway trains and shit like that,
uh,
or open doors and for open security doors and shit.
is there an option where you can not get it put in your hand? Like, man,
No, they were experimenting with a few people. Some people doing it, and they can do it over there because nothing bad is gonna happen to a lot of people. But I'm like,
it's not happening over here.
they
No,
doing that
not
shit over
yet.
there?
Not here.
Not yet. They got a
Not
building.
here. Eric, are they doing that shit? You think they're doing that shit in Finland?
In Finland, you know what? I haven't read about it, but I can imagine so. I mean, especially if you're talking about because I mean, Finland went from agrarian society, into the technical society, and I mean, with this high tech, man, I mean, there's security ramifications for that. So I can imagine them using, you know, some type of chip or something, for people who have, there's those high, those secret security clearances and stuff like that. I can imagine it.
Well, they like use it for everyday application. Like over in Sweden, they use it like some people using just instead of having to use like a bus pass card or something like that. You just put your hand over a scanner and you get to and they say and let you in. Or some people use it just to open like security locks on their doors and shit.
Sure.
I'm glad they haven't done that in Norway, but what they are doing in Norway is like they're trying to put more emphasis on e-cards and shit. Like
I'm actually proud of myself. I got one thumb down.
Say what?
I got one thumb down. Hey,
what are you talking about?
Somebody thumb down my shit. Somebody thumb down this live stream so far.
Oh, you gotta have. You gotta love it. Oh wait, I forgot to put a like on this one. Excuse me. Hang on a second. I forgot to put a like.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
I forgot to like
it.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I just have another question. I've just been thinking past couple minutes. Why do women who like you leave you on red?
Say that again.
Why do women who like you leave you on red?
Leave you on red?
Yeah.
That must be some Cali shit. Some Cali slang.
What do you mean leave you on
red?
What are you talking about?
A lot of women, man, out here. I put it
like in terms of like Instagram, like females that I've had like conversations with, and that like I know like I have like that have attraction for me, or they wouldn't be talking to me, to be honest. And then something happens, and then they don't feel like talking no more.
You know what? What's the greatest drug to a woman?
Attention.
Yeah.
When you
That's
give,
what they
they
want.
got their hit.
You know what? He probably got the look, but the thing is, he's too nice for them, and that's the issue. That's one of the issues.
I mean, that could be mean, but I mean, I just thought that like
natural nature.
I just thought that like being mean was like that was wrong because you're like supposed to be nice.
Nah,
but that's that blue pill. That's that programming.
You have to be indifferent.
Indifferent.
Being
indifferent
is a superpower.
That's a word thing. Yeah, exactly. Being indifferent. That's why. I mean, that's why. Was it like antisocials, like psychopaths? That's why they attract all the females because they're very like they're just naturally indifferent to shit, and women like trying to read them, trying to figure them out.
See, and that's the best way to be. Be natural. Don't let no motherfucker know what you're doing or where you're going, or just let them figure you out.
Sometimes you gotta walk into a chick like this.
Because I think a lot of times, like for example, me, like with certain women, I'll start out like that, and that'll garner me attraction, and then like over time, it just goes away. I think it may be a combination of my programming coming out from like this media and like what they tell you, and the combination is she getting another factor is she getting to know me more, or man in general. So he's just less mysterious.
If you want to learn, watch old Sean Connery, James Bond.
Yeah.
And
absolutely
listen. And when you walk into a room, walk into the room with the smoothness of a Frankie Beverly song. Meaning, everything.
Oh wait, that's too smooth for him. He's got to work out baby steps. He can't go full Beverly right now.
Sometimes you gotta go.
But he's 19.
I could play a role. Just let me get my part.
So in other words,
but he's 19.
In other words,
you gotta ease him into it. Ease him into it.
Sometimes you gotta use the Jedi Force for good.
What's going on, Panda? What's going on?
What's up? What's up, Black and the Fat? What's the thing? So it's kind of funny because when I actually
somebody got it.
That was me.
Oh man, what's the thing? Twin turbo. Oh wow.
It's a blow. I made a blow valve. I made a blow valve sound. I was like, who's gonna understand what this means?
Wait, that's more of a chainsaw. Excuse me. Well, hold on, Charles. I gotta stop you right there because understand the truth here. He's still young. We gotta ease him into this because the last thing you want is for him to tear an ACL or pull a groin trying to go full Beverly. You know what I'm saying?
You know what?
He doesn't have the feet for it. He ain't got the feet for it just right. Let him get his feet in.
I know, but guess what? He been grooming him like for 5 hours now. I think he got it.
You gotta put it to you this way. Listen to a couple of Frankie Beverly cuts, and you'll be so smooth and relaxed.
All right.
That's how you gotta be around women especially when you sit in a setting with them. You'll be so relaxed that you'll be naturally indifferent. Like I'll sit on the couch with a chick, and I'm so relaxed I'll actually fall asleep. She was like, "Did you fall asleep?" Yeah, I'm chills.
Wait. Also, I know a lot of people gonna shit on me because especially if you're on that no fap shit, but always get that evil out before you go handle that shit because the last thing you want to do is go in there with rose tinted glasses.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
Don't go in there with a loaded clip. I feel you exactly.
Sometimes I go in there with a loaded clip with some gray sweatpants and no drawers. Fuck that.
Charles, now you can do that, but when you was young, you
just
couldn't really do that.
Why don't you off the fuck?
I mean, my shit looked like a. I ain't gonna lie to you. In 1920, my shit was humming like a Jedi lightsaber.
Yeah, but don't you? I feel like
Charles said he was knocking shit off of shelves and shit.
I feel like
wait.
The whole work it out before you like talk.
Had an incident with a coat rack. But go ahead.
I feel like when you like work it out before you like talk to females. I feel like you lose some of your charisma, like it's like you lose some of your personality doing that. Like you need your energy to like stay charismatic and like let your personality stuff.
In other words, the beautiful thing about oh my god, that coat rack line, man, that was classic. Give me a second.
Charles Lawrence Faulkner Jr. You ain't shit. It's been a long time since somebody had to say that, but you ain't shit.
With this bottle of Glenlivet, I know that I'm not.
Damn motherfucking right.
Put it to you this way. When young men listen to the good music back in the day, it lets out a different. You go from having swag to swagger. You start getting into your grown man shit. You might actually. Show
that clip. Show the Mike Coulter clip. You gotta show the Mike Coulter clip when doing that. They gotta see. They need visualization, dude.
They need the what?
They need a visual. You need to. So you're showing the Mike Coulter clip. The Mike Coulter. Luke Cage with the Jerry curl. You gotta play that. Put that up.
See, this is the smoothness. Look at the smoothness of this one. Smooth, right? Notice, what does he have? Does he have her undivided attention?
Yeah.
Does she look like that? If he says jump out of a window, she'd do it.
Yeah.
If he said make me a motherfucking sandwich, she'd do it. Take off your goddamn clothes right now. You gotta be smooth with it. See,
you know what? I thought that was one of the guys from Full Force.
He did look like him, didn't he? I mean,
like Charlie Murphy back in the 80s.
But when you're dealing with young black girls who would never talk right.
Oh wait, hold on a second. You cannot hold on. First of all, my dude, you cannot compare Charlie Murphy to this shit. You know what I'm saying? You don't put Charlie Murphy in this motherfucker. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take this rusted screwdriver, stab you in the ankle. Now you're gonna have hepatitis B, C, and D. Fuck around with that bullshit, man. Fuck out of here.
This nigga. And this is the part you gotta understand something.
Don't open the doorway. I will slip in any way I can and bring the funny.
This is the fucking part. To a lot of black chicks, they think this is foreplay. Like, goddamn! Oh, I'm turned on. Like,
hold on, Charles. I'll give a better example. If you got any old clips of Haku or headbutting somebody back in WWE, that's more accurate.
I got one better. Like how black chicks choose the men they want to be with.
Okay.
Oh shit! Damn.
And that's exactly it. It's what makes it funny is when you listen to the smooth songs. You know when to touch and pull back. There's always an ebb and flow. Touch, pull back. Always make her wanting more. And then you get her at such a moment. Like, I'll put it to you this way. I go over to She Who Will Not Be Named's house. This is the first time we had any sexual encounters. I bought her these socks from Wonder Woman. They're like thigh high, and you know she does squats. So
he bought her socks so he could blow them off.
Well, they stayed there. I made sure of that. I went there with just visiting. I wasn't just trying to do nothing. Scouts on it. Why y'all like me? Shut up. Shut up. I was honestly not looking to do shit. She comes up in there.
Lie detector said that was a lie.
I legitimately was there.
You're being deceptive.
And then she comes to the door with these thigh-high Wonder Woman socks, with these booty shorts on, with the Wonder Woman shirt that I bought. Like, how high were the shorts? Don't you know where the coverage, the under cheek is shown?
Yeah.
Cheeky bottoms.
You know what she liked it that, Charles? She knew what you would like because you into the comic book shit, superheroes, and she came like that. She tried to impress you.
Oh, she likes them too. That's why she loved wearing it. And for some reason, when she wore the shorts on, you can see all the bikini bottom and the wetness. And it was so funny because things happened from the couch, and the caveman in me actually carried her to the bedroom, and things kicked off there like the Super Bowl. And I was like, I asked her while we were laying in the bed when all the Olympic events of the decathlon were ended. Thank you, America. I got gold, but but it was so funny. I was like, what if I would have just went out the door and just left and not tried anything? Oh, she was like, oh, you had no choice. Oh, we were going to do something, whether if you wanted to or not. I said, so you were going to force me? She was like, yes. And what were you going to do? You would have liked it.
It's called rape. Blink twice. Blink twice.
If you like
if you're in danger.
It is.
Mr. Z.
What's
You said
up?
what?
What's
Blink
up?
twice. Blink twice.
Blink twice. SOS. Blink twice.
I would have been like,
If you feel uncomfortable.
And then she tried to talk shit in front of her friends one time. We were all at this the Ravens Steelers game a few years back, and of course nobody can drink like me. At least like how I used to drink. You know, I could throw them down.
Wait, how many sacks did Ray Lewis get in that game?
Was Ray playing? Actually, Ray was retired in this game.
Oh, okay, never mind.
So it was so funny. And she tried to mention something about our sex life. And I'm like, oh, where are you trying to put me on blast, right? I said, wait a minute. Weren't you on my shoulders climbing the walls like the Amazing Spider-Man? And her friends spit out all the drink they were drinking. And they were like, what? And she's as dark as me, and her skin was as red than a motherfucker. I was like, oh. Huh?
I'll tell how much you. How big is she, first of all?
She's 5'8", 150, 160 when she competes. 165 when she competes.
What do you mean competes?
Powerlifting.
Oh, she's a powerlifter. All right, 165.
And it was so funny because she was red and embarrassed. Like, I can't believe you told her that.
She's a track athlete.
You went there. You matched her audacity. That's what you did.
I said, I can't believe. I said, I can't believe you skeeted in my face.
That embarrassed her?
Hey, who asked if she was a track athlete? She was a track athlete that night, running backwards.
Yeah, she was like the Amazing Spider-Man, you know, up there. Like, for some reason, she was just having so much fun with me because I'm a strong guy. And she was like, I never had a guy do that to me before. I've heard that before. And she hit me like, that's some egotistical shit to say.
Hey,
I said, but
Charles,
it turned you on, did it? Yes.
I
actually could have said worse because I could have said worse because I was like, hey, you think I'm an asshole now? No, let me talk about the fucking Planet Fitness incident.
So, so did y'all role play a lot or something?
We don't need Let the record be known. That's a yes.
Right? All right. That's a yes.
No, we didn't, but.
But.
All right, Charles. I'm gonna bid you guys a good night. I appreciate.
Wait, truth. Hold on, truth.
Yeah.
I know. I know that Charles gave you some very sound advice, especially with the Frankie Beverly. But there's one piece of advice you need, and I remember it. A certain Uncle Vesta, aka Bernie Mac, once gave this piece of advice to Kid, and that's, boy, just be yourself.
Oh yeah, fuck them kids.
Like you when you're being hold up, no, not that one. Hold on, Z, you're busting nut too soon. You busted the nut too soon. Hang on. Anyway, boy, just be yourself. If people don't like you when you're being yourself, fuck them up against the wall. With handcuffs on and crazy glue on the motherfucking lips. That's what you do.
Oh my god. Oh man, I'm getting sleepy as shit.
Yeah, Bernie Mac got some truth.
I'm about to end this motherfucker. I'm getting sleepy as shit. We're gonna come back tomorrow night. I'm gonna do it. Hopefully, Mr. Ingram.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully you come back and we do some. We gonna hopefully Truth, Chaos, Mr. Z.
Yeah, I'll be back.
And Nino come back tomorrow. We're gonna do something called Man Swagger and Man Style and Profile.
Oh, Charles, before I leave, I remember I saw the title of this discussion.
All right, I'll see you guys.
All right, man.
All right, Charles.
All right.
Anyway, Charles, what I want
Chaos.
All right, Keith. All right.
All right, yo. Just remember, style and profile and get the girls walling. I'll talk to y'all later.
Oh yeah. Deep dickin' and turly wicked.
Right.
Oh yeah, gotta love it.
Charles.
Yep.
Anyway, what I wanted to say was like, there's this because I saw the title and I thought, you know what, you might want to check out a certain documentary. It's a BBC documentary. I remember by MGTOW Town called the documentary is called the Biology of Dads. Very important. In fact, that they mentioned that they did some studies where they said that like single fathers are better parents than single mothers. Especially considering fathers teach kids how to be more adventurous, make education fun and everything.
Because men in general, they have more sense of duty and responsibility than women because that's what's expected of them.
I'll give you one example. It wasn't my dad exactly. It was a teacher of mine. This is when I was in 5th grade. This is when I was in an international school. This man was my brother's teacher in 3rd grade the year before. So what he did was he used baseball cards. So every student had a certain number of baseball cards, and I still had the baseball cards. He gave each student a certain number of baseball cards. And we could trade baseball cards among each other, but we always have to have a consistent number. And for each time anybody got out of line, they would have to hand in a baseball card. And every time we did something good, he would give us a baseball card. Because through that, he was trying to teach us a bunch of 10, 11-year-olds the concept of actions and consequences. And I still have those baseball cards, man. They were, so it was really good having that concept. I can't shout him out because I don't want to get him doxxed. He was a great teacher. I remember my father did a similar thing with me, but it was like involving like I think it was with coins and such, but I still get that ass whippings, thankfully. It's because of that. It's because of those ass whoopings. I'm not scared of getting a prostate exam. I said I'm not scared of a doctor's finger because I grew up with my father's foot in my ass. Every time I call my dad, I say thank you for kicking my ass.
On that note, I'm gonna hit you guys later and come back here tomorrow to get some style tips and how to get your swagger up.
Woo! And I will be bringing Fleece Johnson into this one. Good night.
Oh Jesus. Good night.